Humanity learns to transcend itself, to reach new heights, to explore new worlds, and to discover new truths. Greetings to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Sibaram Khara, Dean Research, Sir Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, Chief Guest of the Day, Sir Dr. Parimal Kumar, Director, Sharda Launchpad Federation, Sir Dr. Amit Sehgal, Head, IPR Cell, Sharda University, Sir Professor Avinash Kumar, esteemed guests of the day, deans, HODs of various departments, senior professors, faculty members, and dear participants. I, Manya Srivastav, take the pleasure to welcome you all to the workshop on the role of academia in driving innovation and entrepreneurship. Before starting the workshop, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dean Research Sir, Chief Guest of the Day, Director, Sharda Launchpad Federation, and Head, IPR Cell, to come over the stage and take their seats. Now, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to welcome the Chief Guest of the Day, Sir Dr. Parimal Kumar, with a shawl. Thank you very much, sir. For the welcome address, I would like to call upon Dr. Amit Sehgal. Dr. Amit Sehgal, sir, is a certified innovation ambassador by Ministry of Education, Innovation Cell, Government of India, an entrepreneurship educator and a startup mentor, and currently holds the position as President, Sharda Launchpad Federation, Sharda University. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you, respected guests on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dean Research, Head IPR Cell, all the participants, delegates, students and faculty members. Welcome you all to this one-day program, role of academia in innovation and entrepreneurship. So I'm really thankful to the Head IPR Cell for organizing this program and all the bodies who are associated with us, EDC India and CST UP in particular in sponsoring this event, and Innovation Council of Sharda University. We have a very specific topic, if you look at the theme, which is how the academic ecosystem is driving the innovation and entrepreneurship across the country. So this is one area where we are really focusing and we are really trying our best that we must achieve something unique, how we can really take the benefit of entire academic fraternity, all the infrastructure, all the intellectual capital that we have in our academic institutions, higher education institutions, and how they can drive the overall innovation and research so that the aim that we are looking at becoming the third largest economy in the world and the innovation index, how we can take the leading positions and the emerging technologies. There have been many such technologies where we have been the followers. There are numerous across the world. But now this is the time where I think we must take lead in some of the technologies, whether it is quantum, whether it is green hydrogen or other similar things. And academic ecosystem is definitely one part where they have a major role to play. So we are having two major verticals in this today's workshop. So one will be specifically on IPR, mainly focusing on the faculties and research scholars. And the other one is a startup workshop, which will be particularly for the students, undergraduate students. And we have many startup founders with us. For academic system, I think PhD is one of the major part in academic system which drives the research and innovation. And most of the things that we look at today is the paper publications and patents. But there are three major things that I look at paper publications and patents. So first is, of course, they validate our research and innovation. And second is they help us in communicating our information. And then it becomes a repository of reference material for the future researchers. And third is it helps us to connect with other people. They know what in what area we are doing, what kind of work we have done, and they can collaborate with us. But I believe that now the time has come when we are looking at entrepreneurship as one of the major strengths which will help us in building most of the technologies indigenously in our country. So this is where we must think about what kind of new outcomes we can look at our research programs. So I think the spin-off is one area where we are really struggling, and there's no harm in accepting this. So we may not change it overnight, but this is the time, and I'll use this platform to propose that I think we should start at least thinking, we should start preparing a roadmap where the outcome of our research should be in terms of the commercialization of whatever work we do. So all these patents and publications, so they are the validations. And rather than taking them as the final outcome, we should see that how our research work is getting commercialized, how we are converting it into products, how we are converting them into new businesses, new business ventures, which is going on in all the top Ivy League universities across the world. So this is the message that I want to convey here, and with this objective, we will be going through this entire workshop. We have experts who have done it for several years, for several decades. A lot of technologies have been created in the organizations from there. Our experts are present today. So we would like to know from them what approaches have been taken by them, so that in our academic system also we can adopt similar approach. We should start making our roadmaps. And then we would be looking at more and more outcomes coming up in the form of commercialized products and technologies developed purely in India and for India and by India. Thank you very much.
Spoken like a true visionary. Please give Sir a huge round of applause. Now, I take the pleasure to introduce you all to Sir Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar. Superannuated from DRDO in August 2020 as an outstanding scientist and director, Sir has served in many institutes of defense. Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar has the credit of filing dozens of patents and transferring a large number of technologies to industries for commercialization under the Make in India mission of the Government of India. Currently, Sir holds the position as Dean Research, Sharda University. Elevating the event and inspiring the attendees with his presence, I request Sir to please give a brief about the event. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed Vice Chancellor, Sharda University, Professor Sibram Khara, today's chief guest and my friend, Dr. Pramal Kumar, who is Scientific Advisor to CISC, IDS, Integrated Defense Staff, Ministry of Defense. Then one very senior scientist who is on dais, Nadeem Ahmed, who is Senior Scientist in Ministry of Food Processing. And he will give you really, in real sense, what the entrepreneurship is, how we can develop this kind of habit or practice in our students so that they can do wonders. Professor Avinash Kumar, Head IPR, who is driving, steering all this kind of events. In past also, he has done a lot of events like this with the sole purpose that how we can inculcate, how we can imbibe this kind of IPR portfolio in university and through the students and young faculties. And Professor Amit Sehgal, who is Director of Sharda Launchpad, the part of this kind of event. He has trained so many people, he has established so many startups and is driving further with this kind of event. So what is the topic today is, and then there are so many, Dr. Kadam, Dr. Avigar, Dean Academics, Professor R.C. Singh, Associate Dean, and lot many faculty members, dear students, some young faculties. It's a really a matter of great pride for me to come before you and to summarize what about this event is. So the workshop, role of academia in driving innovation and entrepreneurship. Very important words, good words, coined in so many ways at different platforms. But if we see our own history, our own culture, we had this kind of thing in our blood, in our DNA, and we developed without reading much how to go for entrepreneurship. Our forefathers, they were not so much educated, but they had this kind of traits. It means our DNA has this kind of trait. So this workshop, when we were discussing, Professor Avinash Kumar is sponsored by CST UP, Science and Technology Council, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and partly by Sharda Launchpad and Sharda University we are doing. The only purpose of organizing this kind of event is that what kind of learning we should have. What kind of learning we should have under this, in this temple, in this university, so that we are industry fit, we are society fit, and we are education fit. Education fit, society fit, and industry fit. Then only we can do something. Otherwise, what happens? Whatever we are taught, whatever we learn, we never translate that kind of knowledge for this society. So how to cross this bridge? This becomes the duty of the teachers, those who are here, the mentors. What your duty is how to learn those kind of tools and techniques so that you can cross this kind of bridge successfully. You can go across so that you can serve the society, you can serve the industry, and also if you are in education system, research system, you perform well. Now Mr. K.P. Singh has joined, one of the good industry fellow here, doing lot of things, good entrepreneur. Kindly discuss with him, and he keeps teaching us all those things, nut and bolts of this kind of how to do business, how to develop entrepreneurship. So now one or two story I would like to tell at this platform. You will understand what the entrepreneurship is, how we can. And our friend Dr. Nadeem Ahmed, who is here, he will certainly give you insight, very ground level this thing, how we can. It's the story of 2000. The DRDO has got one establishment in Leh. Kalam Sahab was our boss that time. One of the senior scientists there, director of the institute, he came with the complaint from the farmers. There was one bush, jhadi, कि sir, it is a nuisance, not allowing us to do anything in our field. What to be done? There is no yield in Leh Ladakh, you know, because of cold and all those problems. And whatever little is grown, this bush eats whatever is there. So what solution we should have? So he was breaking his head, discussing this thing. No research was done earlier, no reference was there. So he thought, let us go and see on the ground what is that, why these people they are lodging complaint. They can take it out and then burn as a fuel, that's all, nothing else. So once it was examined, it contained thorn, a small thorn. It contained leaves, stem like this 5, 6, 7, 8 foot height plant, bushy. And then it contains berry, small fruits, maybe few milligrams each, 100 milligram, 200 milligram like that. But the best part of this thing is, when nothing is there in this entire sector, right from Ladakh to Tawang, everything is snow covered or thing like that, this plant smiles. It survives. There is no death of this plant. Even in -40, it smiles, keeps smiling. So he thought something is there, some DNA is there, why it is smiling. Then he thought, yes, let us take the leaves and the berry of this plant. So he examined in his lab. He found these berries are the richest source of vitamin C on this earth. 200 times more than amla. And lot many fatty acids, good fatty, omega fatty acids, rich source. And he correlated this, if nature has given this strength to this plant, something unique certainly exists. And then further he studied the camels, double hump camels, Nubra Valley. Those who survive by eating these leaf, they are without anything, open they sleep, -40. Nothing goes wrong with them. So that kind of plant it was. Then he made out of these berry fruits the juice, layberry juice. It was served in all the airlines that time. Slowly I am cutting very short. So many technology transfer was done. Dr. Parmal was there that time, DRDO headquarters. He helped. And he earned a lot of this thing, and all those local people, they were so much happy that ladies, they got job. By taking this very 100 rupees a kg, they will sell. So 2 kg, 3 kg, they will harvest, they will sell 200 rupees, 300 rupees per day. They got. Season was July to September, October, something. Okay. Now when I was there, I tried this thing to further accelerate. So Baba Ramdev went there. Now I will come to the story, what was. Baba Ramdev said, okay, you get this thing introduced in armed forces. The business was around 200 crores that time for this armed forces per annum. But when I went several times to Baba Ramdev, I said, okay, supplier are there, they will bring this kind of jelly or berry, whatever you want, to your doorstep. Will you kindly prepare juice and supply to armed forces? He said, no, 200 crores is nothing for me. I will not lay hands, and this is a small business. So lot many people they are doing. And then leaves, richest source of again antioxidant. I have the tea with me today also, I take sometimes. Tea is prepared out of these leaves and it is anti-stress. Anti-aging people they say. So this is one of the form of entrepreneurship. From nothing, this kind of business they developed. And one thing he will tell Dr. Nadeem in detail, this pea, matar. Generally we worry about the dana, matar. We eat. Chilka generally we throw. It is a wastage. Rather it is a threat to us, where to be thrown. Now he was telling one of his friends, his teacher, his guide, he provided a mechanism like this, that the chilka was used, analyzed, and it contained the soluble fiber. And chilka was processed, and 2 gram sacks were developed and being supplied to Europe. There are so many companies, and this is good remedy for constipation. So Europe, they are taking. So now we are having, what I am telling this story, because we are going to the farmers, we are going to industry, we are going to several places. Can we have these kind of things, certain things in our mind, that how to add value? Suppose like this tomato, it is 10 rupees a kg during season, but it goes 100 rupees during off season. Like cabbage, now it is 30-40 rupees. In off season it will go 140-130 rupees a kg. What kind of mechanism we have to develop so that all these things, this is regarding food only. There are so many other examples. Now cows, people they worry about the milk. One of the farm during 2015 I visited, that Babaji near Jalandhar, he was maintaining 5,000 cows, desi cows, Sahibal, all those. I just went to see, because my bosses said, why don't you go and visit? He was selling urine, 65 rupees a liter that time. He was not worried about the milk. He was worried about the urine. And the Delhi people, they will go with their air-conditioned vehicle, they will go there to collect that urine, 65 rupees a liter. So that kind of entrepreneurship. So now, from the waste, otherwise urine, क्या करेंगे उसका यूरिन का जो है? Nothing. Similarly, from the cow dung, they are extracting anti-cancerous element. So everything, whatever nature has provided to the mankind, has got something or the other. This is up to us how we take it. So I will not go much, but lot many things will be discussed today. So the basic purpose of this thing is, since to create course is there, community connect, industry connect. Let us open our eyes. Let us have 360-degree vision, so that we can identify what is potential thing for us which can serve society in real sense. Thank you very much. I hope, and I congratulate Dr. Professor Avnas and the team. The team is not big, we are one part only, for organizing this very important workshop. and Dr. Amit Sehgal. He always accelerates this kind of activity. So I congratulate to him also. And thank you for all for joining and take some input from this workshop. Thank you very much.
Always inspiring us for research and innovation. Thank you very much, sir, for those enthusiastic words. Once again, please, a huge round of applause for sir. The leader of a ship is not just a sailor, a visionary who charts a course for discovery and excellence. The leader of our ship, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Sibaram Khara, is a beacon of hope and inspiration. Sir has been the guiding light of Sharda community for a few years now, and it is my utmost privilege to call upon Sir to address the gathering. Please, sir. Please welcome him with a huge round.
Thank you. Today's chief guest, Dr. Parimal Kumarji, outstanding scientist to CISC, headquarters IDs, Ministry of Defense. Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumarji, Dean Research of Sharda University. Amit Sehgal, Director Sharda Launchpad. Avnesh Kumarji, Head IPR Cell of Sharda University. And all other distinguished persons on the dais. Professor R.C. Singh, Dean Academics. Dr. Mohit, K.P. Singh ji, a great industrialist among us today, and many more. Faculty members, industrialists, entrepreneurs, students, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It is a great event organized by IPR Cell in collaborations with Dr. Amit Sehgal ji and the team of Sharda University. The workshop on role of academia in driving the innovations and entrepreneurship. So rightfully the title has been chosen and it is given. I'm very happy that role of academia, this word is used. So as you know, the education scenario is changing. The expectations from the higher education is more towards the applications of the educations or knowledge and skills, whatever you acquire inside this in the university. So purpose is that your knowledge should go towards the society. This has made a very vibrant enthusiasm in last few years, specifically in India level. Some of the entrepreneurship based and innovation based competitions are held, and as you know that every year more than 80,000 of the entrepreneurship registered, and very good signs for the India, specifically to fulfill the Make in India and Self-Reliant India. As India is lagging in creating the job opportunities, having such a bulk percentage of youth, one side we need to give good educations to these youth so that they can in turn contribute towards the nation. Another side, they should be given platform and necessary skills so that they can take up some of the ventures, because if they only can create the job opportunities instead of being the service servant, that is the only way out that India can fulfill its self-reliant mission and somewhat overcoming the issue of unemployment. Of course, unemployment issue is a global issue, but still India should have great opportunity as it is upcoming country and being developed very fast. As Bhuvanesh ji has told that soon probably we'll be becoming the third largest economy, having $5 trillion of economy in the world, but still having such a huge populations, 1.44 almost 45 billion of the people, 1.45 billion people. So per capita income and then holistic development of entire country will be a very, very challenging. That is only possible is large number of innovation happens, and through that innovations, if some of the entrepreneurships all over the country happens in mass manner, that only the way that we can fulfill our dreams. So in that perspective, the role of academia is very, very important. In the academia, as you know, we have the faculty members, we have students, we have our alumni, we have industry persons, and many more stakeholders, including governments and private public sectors. So as far as academia is concerned, so students are coming, and we need to prepare the students, or students will avail the opportunities or facilities we provide inside the university. So onus and responsibility on our side in the university and faculty. Therefore, if really we want to implement the outcome based education and in true sense the employability and applied learning and academia faculty members specifically will have tremendous responsibility. So the gap between the industry and the academia is always there, but how we can narrow down that gap? Can we bring the students closer to the industry, or can we bring the industry closer to the students, or we can interact very closely and promptly, making full awareness of the industry needs, thereby creating the platform and the resources in the university, facilitating the students to understand the industry better and identify some of the problems and become some of the component and ancillary provider to the big industry, or can be motivated by some industry to take up some its own ventures. But unless the industry and academia, these assimilations and integrations and interaction happens, it is next to impossible. So who will do that? Because every day you come and students sit inside the classroom, faculty members also come and they sit in the cabin or go to the laboratory. So faculty members should move to the industry. But this is the biggest channel and biggest gap in the education system. Still, if you can have your statistics and percentage that besides taking some of the big projects, industry projects, which is limited to some of the high-end researchers, and basically those facility as available by the PhD scholars and some of the PG students. But that percentage is not so high. So the industry problems, whatever we have taken up, and inside the high-end laboratory, what is happening, if you exclude that, still without doing that, we have great opportunity that if we only connect the students and make them aware of the industry things and industry culture, industry problems, and they can do wonders without being researchers, without doing PhD. Because most of the entrepreneurs you see, those who have taken up, they are not the PhD holder, they are not good researchers, but they have identified and they have done nurtured certain innovative ideas and came out with some products or some solutions. So they are forming their own companies, and then we are giving support, and then it is exploring. So what I want to mean that the role of academia in driving the innovation and entrepreneurship is very, very important, specifically the faculty members and the leaders who we are here to facilitate the students, so that, as Bhuvnesh ji already told, that if you bring no horse in front of the pond, that suddenly they will drink the water. So you create the platform, and then only you can motivate the students that you please come and avail this platform. Then probably more number of students will be encouraged, and using that platform they will be attracted and they can do something. So if you don't create the football ground, don't expect that university will generate so many football players. But at least if you have ground, some people will be there, interested people, they will play in the ground and they will become football players. So it cannot happen, the role of academia only in the administrative level, like only Sharda Launchpad or industry integration cell or hackathon centers, which is the state of the art now. It is almost completed, and where students can do lot of innovations round the clock. It's a world class facilities. After a couple of weeks you will be able to see that, use that. And your product gallery, of course it has gone in trauma, so you need to revive that, but purpose is something else. And your community connect, because it's not only your technological knowledge and motivations. To identify the problems, you need to visit and you see the community as well as some of the urban areas. Basically in and around entire society and environment, you are observing and identifying certain problems, and then that problems how do you relate to solve through your use of the knowledge of the law or use of the knowledge of some architecture, design, engineering, science, or whatever it is. That's why the community visit, community survey, not only community, all the urban and entire area, and then identify the problem and apply your knowledge in domain that what you can provide. So your industry integration, your community cell, and Sharda launchpad, everything should work very collectively and collaboratively and in a team. How you can engage the students, maximum number of students, instead of engaging the students only PhD holder doing very high end AI or some of the fiber design or something which needs very high expertise, equipment and all. But we want to cut across the large number of students, so that way the role of academia should change. So the first thing is that faculty should change. Faculty should visit the industry. Unless they are not aware of what is happening in the industry, what problem can be solved, then what guidance they will give to the students. So that means we will be leaving everything to the students. So instead of achieving 50% of the success, so you will achieve only 10%. So that's why this is a very burning issue. Then when you implement, then lot of logistics, transports and timetable and the working hour. These are major constants for the faculty members and the students. And then you have classroom lectures and all, their attendance criteria, and but still how do you facilitate students to really go and see the exposure, how the latest technology, how in a particular smart city the IoT is deployed, okay, or inside the forest now what is the AI is applied to monitor all this. There if you see the big projects, then you have lot of problems, a lot of component and ancillary wise small things that you can take up those, because all these big projects are combinations of small things which actually they are not doing. So that is the way the from small to big industries, those should be connected to the students and they should see, and they can identify themselves, then how they will relate their knowledge to the applications. That way the role should change. And then the AI is a very big area. AI is not for computer science now. AI is a tool anybody can use. So how this AI based, all these big projects are coming, it's a national level, international level, district level, state level, or any industry. Unless you see the way the projects are implemented, you do not have any idea that actually where you will work on. There again the role of academia is very, very important, because if faculty members in the law are not well aware that how AI will be utilized in the law profession, so that's why some multidisciplinary research has to happen. Unless faculty members take the responsibility of doing the multidisciplinary research, they cannot actually use the high-end technology appropriately. Only the technology will be content by the technology developers, like AI will be developed by only coders and the computer science people. But if you see as a tool, and then you can see, okay, then my entire architecture or design will change if I do AI enabled a smart house. So your learning domain and then your IoT and your all the products will be fitted in the big building, everything will change. So we will tell that the faculty members have to be upgraded in this area. So unless faculty members are not aware, not upgraded and not interested, probably instead of 50% we will be happy with the 10% success. So that is the role of the academia. We need to take it forward, and I congratulate the entrepreneurship cell also, and this cell Sharda Launchpad in collaborations with the HODs identify the passionate students, those who want to become the entrepreneur, make a group and give them special platform, entrepreneurship based learning. Whatever time they are devoting for the entrepreneurship ventures, entrepreneurship activities and innovations, equivalent time should be converted into credits, and that should be migrated to the curriculum, so that their extra time they are putting in such of the activities they are benefited. So it in the form of the very applied learning courses properly it is taken. So then the students will be motivated and their time will be saved. Else, despite doing these entrepreneurship based, innovation based activities in the laboratory or in product development or something, they alongside they will have the pressure to clear the theory part of some courses. So that thing also we need to see in the curriculum. So anyway, their way the role of academia is huge in the current scenario, and specifically the way the world will change with the implementations of AI, and then after six years and so the 6G, which will integrate all the technology, and every technology will be plug and play. If you have a very smart car with lot of controls, you don't think that the arts graduate will be incapable of handling and driving the car. No, he is a pure engineering product, but having lot of engineering control, but everybody can drive the car. So next generation technology will be like that. Technology will be developed by somebody, but that technology will be used, you will be facilitated in such a way that you can do anything. The IoT will be every personal level, it will be at your, just put the devices and connect it, then automatically all softwares and protocol stack will be 6G will take care. So anybody can implement plug and play type of things. So technology will be developed like that. So some of the technology may be your EV and your energy sector, the green renewable energy, solar, and this robotics, and then 3D printer market also very high along with the AI. So say maybe from henceforth 6 to 10 years time, the technology scenario will be changing, and then for all common people irrespective of the discipline, they will just buy the engineering tools, very high end tools, and they can deploy for anything. So now faculty members, this is the right time for all discipline faculty members, they should upgrade themselves. So we have implemented AI for all. So it is not the coding for all. So AI, how as a tool can be used, if these features are there, that way the other discipline design and study and other applications is going to change. Okay, because every design changes with the new design of some of the material. You have seen everywhere in architecture or in building design or machine design, wherever it is. So role of academia is very tremendous. I am very happy that you have included this role of academia. So all faculty members and all the leaders, they have a tremendous role to play to make this innovation and entrepreneurship successful for the students. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir. We are highly grateful for your inspiring words and for being a shining example of leadership and motivation to the community. Science is the poetry of reality, and scientists are the poets who uncover its secrets. Gracing the workshop among us is one such poet, one such scientist, one such innovator, our chief guest of the day, Sir Dr. Parimal Kumar, who embodies the spirit of this workshop. An outstanding scientist and scientific advisor to Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, Ministry of Defense. His work is a reflection upon how academia transcends the border of theory and inspires innovation and entrepreneurship in the hearts of the youth. Before I call Sir to address the gathering, I take the room on a journey of his accomplishments. Sir is a postgraduate in science, engineering, as well as in business administration. He obtained his MSc in computer science from University of Allahabad, MTech in computer science and engineering from IIT Delhi, and MBA from IGNOU. He earned his PhD in business administration from Aligarh Muslim University and joined DRDO as Scientist B in 1992 and has served in various scientific and techno-managerial positions. He was awarded with CISE commendation in recognition of his devotion to distinguished service in the year 2022. He was also awarded with Chairman DRDO commendation on the occasion of National Technology Day 2024. He has presented research papers at several seminars and conferences, and his work has been published in various journals. His current areas of interest are big data analytics, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, technopreneurship, and startup funding. He's an avid speaker at various industry forums and academic institutions. In his spare time, he loves to read, travel, and interact with students to motivate them for making India technologically self-reliant and economically prosperous. Please welcome Sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Manya, for very lucid introduction. Dignitaries on dais, Professor Dr. Sivaram Khara, Vice Chancellor, Sharda University. Then Convener Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, Dean Research, my senior colleague at DRDO. Co-convener Dr. Amit Sehgal, Director, Sharda University Launchpad. Professor Avinash Kumar and my friend, colleague, Head IPR Cell, Sharda University. Dr. Nadeem Ahmed from Ministry of Food Industry, Food Science and Food Processing, and also coordinators, Dr. Selja Sharma, Dr. Richa Tomar, and Dr. Atul Gupta. And of course, we are here for this workshop for the future of this country, the students. A very warm good morning and Jai Hind. As you've heard in my introduction, I'm a computer scientist, and in today's topic, I was wondering that where to start. And as computer scientists, we have been taught in operating systems when you start a computer to begin from beginning. So I'll begin from beginning. The topic is role of academia in driving innovation and entrepreneurship. And behind all innovation, entrepreneurship, I believe students. I'll request you all that what is the aim of finally of doing innovation and entrepreneurship. In my opinion, it is finally whatever we are learning in the academic institution to convert into wealth. When you convert it into wealth, then it gives you strength also. And strength respects strength. That is Dr. Kalam's word. So, beginning from beginning, before science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, I'll go to economics. And there is a theory of invisible hand, which says that beyond everything which you can see physically, the physical forces in the entire world. I'm not talking of spirituality and all. There is something invisible, and there is an invisible hand, which are the market forces. So behind everything there are market forces, and therefore whatever we are doing, we are studying, finally we have to take it to market, create wealth, and for that we need innovation and entrepreneurship. So in today's talk, I'll be covering the background. The name Sharda University itself, Sharda itself means knowledge, Ma Saraswati. And we are here, the seat of knowledge, where we are learning how to convert knowledge to wealth in this today's topic also. So prior to Sharda University, I like to introduce the two very large organizations who are driving innovation and entrepreneurship. That is my parent organization, DRDO, Department of Defense Research and Development, the largest scientific organization of this country, and the armed forces. So I'll begin with that. Then I'll cover the overview of Indian startup ecosystem, and then we'll come to the topic role of academia, what is globally happening, and what is Indian scenario, and what should happen, what is the way forward for this. DRDO doesn't need any introduction. As you all know that DRDO is the largest scientific organization of this country, and the vision of this organization is empowering the nation with state-of-the-art indigenous defense technologies. And one of the missions is developing infrastructure and committed quality manpower. And when it comes to developing infrastructure and committed quality manpower, DRDO interacts very explicitly and very widely at very large scale with academic institutions, and many of the infrastructure which has been created in academic institutions for driving the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem has been promoted and funded by DRDO, like the Department of Centers of Excellence in various IITs and various academic institutions. Regarding headquarter ideas, as we know that in 1999, we had Kargil War. In 1999, we had Kargil War, and after Kargil War, there was a committee constituted for lessons learned, how can we fight and win the war more effectively. And one of the recommendations of the group, the committee which was constituted, was to create a tri-services organization in which Army, Navy, Air Force, all three are equally represented, and this is called Integrated Defense Staff. And one of the main role of Integrated Defense Staff, in addition to preparation for fighting of war and national security, is to create the indigenous development of the weapon platforms. And let me tell you that for defense applications, we need the weapon platforms, or even the life sciences products which will perform in very harsh environment, in very adverse environment. As Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar was also mentioning, that Sivakthorn tree that grows in a very harsh environment. We need all weapon platforms, logistics support, which can survive in very harsh environment. And not only they should survive, but those indigenous equipment should be, the supply chains should be also there. So we cannot depend upon the foreign OEMs for the equipments. It needs to be homegrown and home owned, so that at the time of war, at the time of necessity, the supply chain can be also maintained. So headquarter IDS is promoting this in a big way. And many of the incubators, as we'll go along the talk, we'll see that there are many mechanisms by which the armed forces and DRDO are promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. Just to mention here, the book value of the products developed by DRDO, based on the book values of the public sector industries, and keeping aside the strategic weapons, is more than 5 lakh crores. So, what is innovation? How do we define innovation? And there are several definitions of innovation, but I'll go by the definition given by my supervisor in doctoral study, Professor Rishikesa. He has a book, Jugaad to Systematic Innovation, in which he has defined the definition of innovation. So, inventions and discoveries, when they are applied to commercial applications, so this combination of invention and application, that leads to innovation. And there are several examples. Sir has also given one example. I'll give you another example. We all have heard the discovery of electromagnetic induction by Michael Faraday. So when the electromagnetic induction was discovered, so what he was trying to say, his basic theory was that when electricity can generate magnetism, why magnetism cannot generate electricity? So with this hypothesis, he went on doing experiments, and in a solenoid he put a magnet, and nothing happened. So since nothing happened, he was very angry, and in the anger he just took out the magnet, and there was flux, change of flux, and suddenly he saw that the needle of galvanometer moved. So it was this was discovery. Now one of the journalists asked him that what is its use? What is the use of this discovery? His answer was that what is the use of a newborn baby? So technology is like a newborn baby. When we in academic institutes like this, and in PhD, during PhD, when we attempt a fundamental problem and solve a problem and try to do something comes out as a discovery, or we invent something, it is like a newborn baby. We have to put it to commercial applications, for the applications of the society at large, and then only it will lead to generation of wealth, and then it is innovation. So the combination of invention and application, that is innovation. That is the definition by which we go. There are several other definitions of innovation also. But for taking this innovation to society at large, we need a special breed of people who are called entrepreneurs. So everybody cannot take it, everybody cannot identify the commercial potential in that invention or discovery. So how do we define the entrepreneurship? So entrepreneur is a person which recognizes a commercial opportunity and pursues it through an organization. There is famous example of this light bulb. So when Thomas Alva Edison, he was doing this, he experimented around 1,000 electric bulbs. Then finally he came out with a bulb which will have sufficient life and which will meet the society's requirements. He was asked that you please prove that for a 1 mile distance on the roadside, it can do the illumination, the street light. So he did that. For doing that, you need funding. And for funding, where to take fund? So you need an organization. So the company which he created, which is today known as GE, General Electric, it has survived so many years. So entrepreneur is a person who converts an invention or discovery to a commercial application, identifies a commercial opportunity, and creates an organization. We call it company. There are different type of companies. I'll not go into that detail, but creates an organization for pursuing that. Their own managerial or technical talents and some combination of human and financial capital, and bears the risk of success or failure. This is very important, that you bear the risk of success or failure. So entrepreneur bears that risk of success or failure. So for entrepreneurship, you need to identify the opportunity, then create an organization, develop a business plan. And when you develop a business plan, there comes the role of a business model. How will you deliver the goods or services? Then you need a strategy. Get financing or funding, implement your business plan, and then scale up. So these are the steps involved in the entrepreneurial roadmap. So, sir, I'll take little time. Now the point is that entrepreneur is fine, but there is a research paper on this, that are street vendors also entrepreneurs? Why not? They are also doing a commercial activity. But have you seen any street vendor becoming very rich? They are not able to become very rich. Why? Because they are not able to create impact. Why they are not able to create impact? Because they are not leveraging technology for doing their business. Same thing when a student from a institution like this, Sharda University or one of the IITs, IIMs, when they come out and they start doing the same thing, selling vegetables. Why it grows up? Country delight, selling milk, selling vegetables also, selling fruits also. They are also doing the same thing. But they have grown up like anything. Because, why? Because they are using technology. And this phenomena and this class of entrepreneurs are called technopreneurs. And the technopreneurs are really the entrepreneurs of our interest. And when we talk of entrepreneurship in an institution like Sharda University, we are actually talking of technopreneurship. Using the technology, using the science, using the management techniques which you are studying here, using this knowledge to create business which is highly scalable, and we will see that Government of India in their definition of a startup has also gone by this philosophy. Why technopreneurs are able to be more successful? Because there is a phenomenon called as theory of disruptive creation. You create something by disrupting the entire existing ecosystem. So that's why you are able to scale up. And there is a book by Schumpeter, which is called Father of Entrepreneurship, which regarding this theory of creative disruption. And the title of book is Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy. By the title, you cannot make out that the book is actually on entrepreneurship. And we need technopreneurship. We need technopreneurs. Why? Because all of you, students, future of this country, you must be thinking of getting placement. What will you do when you get out of this? And I'll tell you that the situation is not very rosy, at least what comes in the newspapers and all. And I have references with me where for government job, of class 4 government job, MBAs, BTechs have applied, and the number of applications was nearly 20,000 applications. So this is all happening. There was a situation a few years back in Bihar where for railway vacancies there was a lot of turmoil. Why this is happening? Why can't we change this? And there comes the role of universities like this and the courses like this on entrepreneurship, innovation and entrepreneurship, to be precise on technopreneurship. So, having agreed to the point that entrepreneurship, actually we are talking of technopreneurship, and every business cannot be considered as a technopreneur. And there is another concept, technopreneurs, which we call as startups. So, can we call any business entity which is being started as a startup? So, the answer is no. If we start a restaurant, a family business, or a law firm, or an architect firm, it is run by professionals. But can we call it startup? So the general understanding is that any business entity which is being started is a startup. But actually it is not so. And the Government of India has also given a definition, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. And it says that, I'm not going into the legal issues of that. I'm going the part of the definition which is relevant for our discussions. It says the entity, business entity, is working towards innovation, development or improvement of products or processes or services, or if it is a scalable business model with a high potential of employment generation or wealth creation. So see the words, innovation, development or improvement of products or processes or services. It should be scalable. So if you open one restaurant, it is not a startup. But if you open a chain of restaurants, it is a startup. Example is Chayos. they sell tea. But it is a very successful example of a startup. High potential of employment generation or wealth creation. You should be able to create wealth. There should be potential in this. Provided that an entity formed by splitting up or reconstruction of an existing business shall not be considered as a startup. I will not go into the legal part of that. So, startup actually means that it should be scalable. And there comes the role of technopreneurs. Earlier, I had got chance as in introduction also. So I keep going to various academic institutions, and we discuss that what is the culture, what should be the culture for promoting startups. So first of all, what is a culture? In my understanding, there are again different examples of culture. From my point of view, culture is a way of life. So let's see that whether innovation and entrepreneurship has become a culture of way of life in India or not. And if we go, so culture has roots in the education system, and in India the startup culture has started in 1991 when the economy opened, and the software companies were the first movers. They took the advantage and they became the first startups, and the startup culture gained momentum in 2016 when Startup India program was launched by Government of India. So today we have more than 1 lakh startups, to be precise, 1,39,000 something, the last data which I saw. The very important point in this is that out of that, over 50,000 startups are led by women, founders are women. And employment has been generated for more than 12 lakhs. And nearly 50% of these startups are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So it has become all the way pervasive in the whole country. You see that 50% are women-led startups. So that means it has really become a way of life. Now the students are seeing that it is a career opportunity to start a startup and not to go for a job. I was mentioning that its root is in the education system. Prior to independence, the Lord Macaulay, the education system which developed, that was developed for assisting the government officers, British officers for clerical roles. It was not for entrepreneurship. And without entrepreneurship, it is hard that a country will become wealthy. So in the new education system, and I'm very happy to know that after Startup India and with so much government initiatives, now we are having this kind of workshops in universities, Sharda universities being one of the premier universities. So startup's life cycle, we'll briefly see that there are 5 stages in the startup life cycle. The first stage starts with concept or ideation. I'm not going into the how to innovate. For innovation also there are 8 stages, so time is not there. Seed or validation stage, then early traction, and then late stage traction, which is also called as scaling, and then maturity or exit, the IPOs and all, which you see that lot of IPOs are these days being brought by the startups, Zomato and all. The stages of startups I just mentioned to tell that what are the challenges before the startup in the entire life cycle. And the most important challenge, the moment you start a startup, is the early stage funding. And there is something called as value of death. So in the beginning, when you are at the ideation stage, nobody gives you funding. Actually, you have to bootstrap it and use it from the family, friends, or your own savings and all. So the biggest challenge is the early stage funding, and that is where we will see what are the avenues to overcome this in my talk today. And then the point is that out of 100 startups, nearly the rate of failure is more than 90%. So when the rate of failure is 90%, and I was going through the data that how many, there are several tax exemptions which government has given to startups. So how many are able to avail that? So I just raised the query that why the number of startups which are availing the tax benefits is very less. So the answer was, I talked somebody to in DPIT, that why are you not giving them tax benefits to startups, or why to so many less startups? So his answer was that, sir, if somebody will claim a tax benefit when he has got profits. Unless he has got profits, why there is no income, so there is no tax. So where is the question of tax exemption? I'm trying to make a point that most of the startups fail, and one of the main reason of failure is the early stage funding. There are other reasons also. I'll not go into that. And the other thing is that one example of Snapdeal I would like to mention, Kunal Bhal, who was co-founder of Snapdeal. He has mentioned that what was the reason? We started growing the business before the right economic model, and market fit was figured out. We started doing too many things, and all of us starting with myself and Rohit, Rohit Bansal was his co-founder, are to blame for it. So he's talking of that they didn't have the right business model in the beginning. And we know many other examples like Byju's, Paytm, when its share was there, IPO was launched, it was something around 1900 or 2000. Later on, the share value fell down drastically. So it is not only the loss of startups, but if they have already gone for an IPO, it is loss of wealth of the investors also. So the point is how to mitigate it. I'll briefly touch upon this topic, how to mitigate it. And for mitigating, it's very important for students here, because many of you will be going for startups. How many you plan to go for startups? Okay. Very good. Then please listen. This is the most important point which we are trying to make. That you are starting, that is fine. You would have big dreams, big aims, and it should be. Because at this age, if you do not have big dreams, Dr. Kalam has said that dreaming small is a crime. So you should not, that is there. But at the same time, you need to be pragmatic, that what you should do, that you should not fail, or at least the chances of failure will get mitigated. So briefly speaking on that, you should define your business model very thoroughly, study it, and study the business model of startups prior to investment rather than after they fail. Before you start making investment, please make your business model, test it, and there are techniques for testing that also. So one of the techniques is that which is called as business model canvas. You can get plenty of this on internet. And business model canvas, actually it was a PhD thesis of Osterwalder. This is his PhD work. Now it has become very popular. So we can do quality work in PhD, which can really change the life of many people. And it says that you make a business model canvas, and that if you make that canvas and fill the entries accurately, it will give you a fairly good idea of your business model, that whether it is going to be viable or not. Then there is one model which is called as lean startup business model, and as Vice Chancellor sir was also telling, that you should go to industry. Basically, I'll speak the theory behind that. Basically, you need to go to your user. At the very beginning step, when you are doing the planning or designing your product or service, at that time of itself, before investing money, before cutting a metal, before investing sizable money, please go to the user, get his feedback, improve your business model, then only proceed. So this is called as lean startup model, and I mean the model is it will take a lot of time, but briefly touching this. And this model has been given by Steve Blank from Harvard University. So coming back to the challenges of startups, because in today's date, what I feel that for innovation and entrepreneurship, the most pragmatic vehicle to carry out these two activities is to start a startup. Because how will you do innovation? For that you need to create an organization, as we have seen in the definition of the entrepreneurship itself. So startups is basically a vehicle, a organization to carry out. And that is so for any university, and the Sharda University Startup Launchpad head is here. I'm very happy to see that there is incubator, there are startups, they have made a launchpad here. So basically they have created a mechanism where you can launch it. You have a vehicle, and the startups are the best vehicle for launching and delivering this innovation and entrepreneurship. So there are various existing government programs to support innovation and entrepreneurship today. One of the opportunities for startups, let me tell you that there was never a better period than this to start a startup, because the challenges are there, those challenges were always there. But today we have opportunity, especially after 2016, and so much the government regulations are very, very favorable. And in the last budget, the angel tax has been abolished. Many of you will say that angel tax, how it is going to impact me in the beginning itself. But let me tell you that today or tomorrow, whenever you will need angel funding, and in the angel funding in the early stage startups, they get funding from angels mostly, because your friends and families are also angels. Though there is a definition of angel investor, but if you go by the thought process, so they are definitely your angel, they are coming to save you in the beginning. So Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, that is Industrial Trade, that is Startup India program. Then they have a credit guarantee scheme for startups. Then Startup India seed funding scheme, which is very important. You need seed funding for the early stage startup. Then Ministry of Defense, from where I am coming, we have two very important schemes. Technology Development Fund, which is managed by DRDO. And this is the largest scheme because it gives you funds up to 50 crores. And sir, there was amendment. Earlier it was 10 crores, now it is 50 crores. Then there is Innovation Defense Excellence, which is run by an organization called as Defense Innovation Organization. And that is also a very, very good scheme. You can, they launched the DISC, Defense Innovation Startup Challenge. And many drone and other things have come out of that. Then there is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MATI. They have launched something called as MATI Startup Hub. And the program's name is TIDE, Technology Incubation and Development of Entrepreneurs. Then DST has DST NSTEDV. They have NIDHI, National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation. Then DST TDV, Technology Development Fund Board is there. And they have a seed support scheme for STEP, Science Technology Entrepreneurship Park. And there are TBIs, Technology Business Incubators. Then there is these all come under Ministry of Science and Technology. Then Department of Biotechnology, which also is part of Ministry of Science and Technology, it comes under that. They have a BIRAC, BioNest program, Bio Incubator Nurturing Entrepreneurship for Scaling Technologies. And there is big Biotechnology Ignition grant. Then there are Ministry of MSMEs, they have a Aspire program. And there is LBI, Livelihood and Business Incubator. Then Ministry of Planning, Niti Aayog, they have AIM, Atal Innovation Mission. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, they have RKVY, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So those who are interested in agriculture and probably food processing, sir, also. Yeah. So RKVY is applicable. They have a program called Raftar, Remunerative Approaches for Agricultural and Allied Sector Rejuvenation. So there are several schemes today, and I can tell you that this is the best moment to start a startup. And the Startup India has been launched. It is a flagship program of Government of India, and it has been quite successful and impactful and effective. And in Startup India, in defense, we launched DISC, Defense India Startup Challenge. Then there are several opportunities for startups in defense. Technology Development Fund, I have already told you that the grant is up to the 50 crores. So I told you in beginning that I'll start from beginning. So coming back to the role of academic institutions. So we have covered the beginning concepts: innovation, entrepreneurship, technopreneurship, startups, business models, life cycles of startups. So what is the role of academic institutions? And I'll tell you that there is a triple helix model given by which triple helix model which has come out of Stanford. It basically says that there are triple this thing: academia, industry, and government. And if you make a Venn diagram out of it, the intersection of all these three is actually your research parks and incubators which you have in institutions like this. IIT Madras has a research park. IIT Delhi has also started a research park. So research parks are actually the intersection of all these three, this triple helix model. So let's see the role of academic institutions, what we have to learn from the Silicon Valley, the best place, mecca of all this innovation and entrepreneurship. So leading universities in Silicon Valley, University of California, Berkeley, Stanford, and University of California at San Francisco. Some of you must be aiming to go there for higher studies, have shaped the evolution of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, whatever industries you see, they have come. One famous name is Hewlett Packard, HP. Sun, Stanford University Network, Sun Microsystems, which you see. So there are several which have come out of Stanford. Then publicly available, it shows that following steps they have adopted: the fostering entrepreneurship education through the creation of new programs, competition, and activities. We are also doing, even in non-entrepreneurial courses and in multidisciplinary contexts. As Vice Chancellor Sir was telling that even arts graduates should be able to drive. So basically innovation and entrepreneurship, even by the use of technology, it's not only meant for any one particular discipline. It has to be multidisciplinary, and that involves economics and humanities also. Then change the focus of OTLs. OTLs is other learning tools, including the commercialization of science and technology through entrepreneurs. Commercialization is very important. Then connecting universities and their communities, staff, student, alumni with investors. So connecting with users, industry is one thing. Investors are very important because funding is the core issue when in the early stage of any innovation and entrepreneurial venture. Then creating advanced infrastructure for translational research, as we are doing in incubators. And let me tell you that in China there is an incubator which has got 5,000 startups in one incubator. Can't we have also? We have incubators, but the strength of incubators, if you see, I think the largest will be IIT Madras Research Park also. It also doesn't have the capability of housing 5,000 startups under one roof. That may be expected to become even more closely linked to incubation and accelerator programs. And if we have so many, then the cross-pollination which happens of ideas, the know-how, that helps you in crossing over the valley of death. Role of academic institution, the Indian scenario. India today has more than 1 lakh startups, as we have discussed. And the leading academic institutions who have shaped the Indian startup ecosystems are IITs. Most of the startups have come from there, especially the successful ones, followed by IIMs, ISB, International School of Business, and BITS Pilani. IIT Madras has set up a center to study Indian startup ecosystem. Sir, how much time? Another 5-10 minutes? 5 minutes. And then India has many well-known startups coming from the higher educational institutes that includes Chios, Atomberg, Grey Orange, Dunjo, etc., as we know. So the way forward. So I've come to the end. The way forward, I'll start with posing a question that how Stanford, University of California at Berkeley, University of California, San Francisco, these universities have helped in evolving an entrepreneurial ecosystem in Silicon Valley. Can Sharda University strive to create the same impact in Noida NCR? Sir, this is the question. And so I was thinking over this question and some of the steps which I thought which should be done. Already you are already doing also. One is improvising curriculum, which I believe you have already done also, to develop an entrepreneurial mindset amongst students. This kind of workshops or a positive intervention in this context. Then motivate students to incubate instead of seeking jobs. I'll tell you motivation comes from different factors, and society has got a very important role in motivation. In our times, if a boy or girl says that he wants to become an entrepreneur, I'll tell you the marriage prospects are very poor. Today, I believe that scenario is not that bad. So motivation comes from institutions and the society at large. Then enhance the capacity of existing incubators, which I was telling that can we have very large incubators where the cross-pollination of ideas can happen and we can create more and more facilities. Then seek funding through government schemes, private ventures by establishing government industry connect. This also I believe that Sharda University is already doing. One last thing which I want to mention here, which is I don't think that the university has got a direct role in that, but way forward, very important way forward is that in India also we have a legislation which is coming up or it is pending, that is the Indian version of Bayh-Dole Act, which says that how do you commercialize the technologies developed in the academic institutions or the public funded R&D institution. That is called as Protection and Utilization of Public Funded Intellectual Property Bill 2008. So probably that's one area where people like us have to devote time and focus. That will definitely help innovation and entrepreneurship. So with this, I believe that in short, whatever time I was there, I could cover that how do we create knowledge to startups and to wealth, using startups being the most pragmatic vehicle for converting knowledge to wealth today. With this, the aim of government by innovation, promoting innovation and entrepreneurship is to create Atmanirbhar Bharat. I want to urge all the students, the future of this country, that please work in this direction and will not become only Atmanirbhar, but someday will become Sarvapratham Bharat also, as Sir was also telling that will not remain followers, will become leaders in technology. And let us make our country technologically more advanced, economically wealthier. We need to become wealthier. It is fate accompli that we get birth in which kind of family, whether poor or rich, but to die poor is a crime and militarily stronger. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Very well.
Sir, your words truly embody the spirit that in the 21st century India, the chips are never down. Highly grateful for your words, sir. Please give him a huge round of applause. Now, I request Dean Research, Sir Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar, to felicitate Sir Dr. Parimal Kumar. Please, sir. Please carry on the round of applause.
It's really a great pleasure for me. हम लोग आपके कंट्रोल में जब तक काम नहीं करेंगे सब लोग थैंक यू गाड़ी पहुंचाना ही
The idol of innovation and the champion of intellectual property rights. From patents and trademarks to copyrights and trade secrets, he knows it all. Presenting former Associate Director, IPR, Scientist G, DRDO, and presently Head IPR Cell, Sharda University, and a very well known in the IPR sector, Sir Professor Avinash Kumar, to deliver a vote of thanks. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
You see, now you have just seen what happens when a software engineer becomes an expert on startup or entrepreneurship. See how elegantly he has planned his talk, well structured, like he is, designing a software. And it will be a pity if our School of Business Study doesn't use his expertise. Let me tell you, he has a vast expertise as far as technology transfer and entrepreneurship is concerned. When I was in DRDO, I was handling the IPR issues, and he was handling the technology transfer issues. So you can imagine DRDO having 5,000 scientists and 50 labs, 7,000 scientists, 50 labs. So you can imagine the depth of his practical experience. So it will be a pity if our Sharda Business School doesn't use his expertise and it doesn't get connected with him for a longer duration. So thank you, Dr. Parimal. I start my vote of thanks with thanking profusely Dr. Parimal Kumar and to grace the occasion and spare his valuable time. I understand how much busy is he, but anyway, you see, when Dr. Parimal Kumar visits Sharda University, then we also feel at Sharda University that we are not alone in our quest for innovation. We are being supported by organizations like DRDO and Ministry of Defense. And that adds a tremendous value to the efforts of Sharda University. So, Dr. Parimal Kumar, my friends, sincere thanks on behalf of Sharda University for gracing this occasion. And then I express my deep sense of gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sivaram Khara, for gracing the occasion. And then my distinguished speakers, Dr. Kardam, Mr. Avigar, and Dr. Nadeem Ahmad Sheikh, Deputy Director of Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and Speaker Dr. Ajay Garg, who will be coming subsequently, for sparing their valuable time and enriching our students and faculty members with their vast practical experience. I am grateful to all the students, faculty members who have joined as delegates. I am, on behalf of RDC, I am expressing a deep sense of gratitude to all the delegates. On behalf of IPR cell, I express my deep sense of gratitude to the organizers and our leader, Dr. Bhunesh Kumar, who is always guiding us for conducting this type of courses. And my entire team, IIC, Dr. Shalja Sharma, Dr. Richa Tomar, Dr. Amit Sagal, who is always a part of our team for conducting such program. My colleagues, Nikita and all the people in our RDC for conducting this program. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. Now we'll have a tea break, but before going for that tea break, I would like to request everyone to gather in front of the dais for a group photograph, please.
Just one announcement, all the participants of the startup workshop, after tea break, please reach room number 006B. So we'll be having one session on IPR here, and the startup workshop will be in 006B.
कोई आ रहा है शुरू कर
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the technical sessions now. Introducing to you is the first speaker of the session, Sir Dr. Kishan S. Kardam, former Senior Joint Controller of Patents and Designs and former Head Patent Office, Delhi. Sir has worked in the Indian Patent Office for last 37 years and held various positions. He has superannuated on 31st July 2019 from the post of Senior Joint Controller of Patents and Designs. He headed the Delhi Patent Office and the Indian ISA IPEA. He was also selected as technical member of IPAB, but due to personal reasons, he did not join at Chennai. He also did his post-graduation in organic chemistry and has also studied law from Delhi University and holds a master's degree in law. He has also done his PhD in the intellectual property law, also from Delhi University. He has widely traveled in many countries and visited their patent offices such as USPTO, EPO, JPO, SIPO, GPTO, MyAPO to understand their IPR system. He has participated and delivered lectures in several international and national seminars, workshops, and symposia organized in the field of intellectual property rights. He has been actively involved in the preparation of Manual of Patent Office Practice and Procedure, MPOPP, Patent Office Practice, POP, for internal working, examination guidelines for the inventions relating to biotechnology, traditional knowledge, chemicals and pharmaceuticals, and computer-related inventions, CRI. He has also represented India on many occasions in WIPO in respect of Standing Committee on Patent Law, PCT Working Group, meetings of international authorities, MIA, WIPO Intergovernmental Committee on Intellectual Property and Genetic Resources, Traditional Knowledge and Folklore. Welcoming Sir on stage, please welcome Sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. So today I think we have a paucity of time, so I will explain intellectual property and its right in briefly. Let's understand what is intellectual property. So, what is intellectual property? By the way, in general understanding, so when you create something by using your intellect, when you create that thought, idea, or some kind of intellectual matter, is a intellectual property. So means when you have a problem, and if you try to solve that problem by your thinking, then how it is to be solved. Now today we are facing a problem of pollution. So for already there are a lot of things like mask to reduce the pollution, but you think beyond that, how they are not effective in today's scenario. So when you think and you come up with some idea, that is a intellectual property, but that idea should have some commercial value, isn't it? And that property can be used in industry or can be made by industry. So we have to see that idea is not a just mere idea. That idea has to be applied. Just mere idea is no intellectual property. When you find an idea to solve that problem and how that idea works is a intellectual property. So in a common sense we can say the intellectual property is the creation of application of human intellect, such as inventions, industrial design, literary work, artistic symbols and names, etc., in innovative and creative way, which can be used in commerce, or this is a intangible. So that idea, when you apply it, is intangible. It's not like tangible item like chair or table, bottle. But this bottle, the creation of this bottle is also a intellectual property. So people earlier had tumblers to keep the water, and now you have a bottle which can be distributed, used, can be carried with you without pilferation of water from it. And that intellectual property, why intellectual property is so important, especially today's world? When somebody infringe your IP rights, then you can take him to the court for its infringement. So these are some important damages cases where damages are granted against the infringer, like Edinix versus Gilead Science. $2.54 billion are awarded to the right holder. So that means if somebody infringe your IP rights, then you can take him to the court for his trespassing of your rights, and you can claim the damages. So that's why this intellectual property rights are important. Why everyone should patent or register their intellectual property? For this purpose. Because if somebody is trespassing, then you can take action against him for violations. So mostly these are the US cases where these huge amount of damages are granted to the right holder. In India also, recently in 2024 March, the Delhi High Court awarded 2.44 billion rupees to Indian company Ericsson in violation of their standard essential patents. So now the courts are also realizing the importance of intellectual property. So very, very important aspect of our life, because in the past people used to own the physical property, tangible property like house, land, minerals, ores. Those are physically available, but these intellectual property are intangible, and but they are as good as the tangible, even more than tangible property. So intellectual properties are very, very important. So these intellectual property are divided into two parts. One is industrial property and other one is copyright. So industrial property means those property which can be used and created, made in the industry by an industrial process, like inventions, trademark, industrial design, utility models, geographical indications. And second is copyright. That covers the literary and artistic work. And what is the difference between intellectual property and intellectual property rights? So when you buy a flat or land or anything, then how you get your right, ownership right of that property? So by registering that property through conveyance deed or by a registered registry, then you have to go to registrar of property, then you register, then you get that property registered in your name. So similarly, when you create an intellectual property, you can enjoy that property even without registration. as you purchase a house, you don't register your house. The problem comes when suppose you are out, you have moved out, but that property you want to let it out to someone else, or it is even close, and somebody recognize that you are not there for so many 2 years, 3 years. Somebody will trespass the property, enter your house and live over there. Then sometime after 4 or 5 years you come back, then you find somebody is living. Then how you are going to evict him? Because you have not registered your flat. So there is no document of ownership. So similarly, when you create intellectual property, you have to register that property so that you can get the ownership right when you register. Where it is registered in IP offices. So every country has IP office which register patent, trademark, copyright, all those intellectual property rights. So this right is exclusive right granted to the applicant in lieu of the disclosure made in the application, and it is granted for limited period. It's not like house. When you register your house, you register for your life, and even your legal heirs can later on take it up and they can be in their name also. But here the intellectual property is only for limited period. Like for patent it is 20 years, design it is 10 plus 5, 15 years, trademark 10 years, and every 10 years it is renewed. So like that. So they are not perpetual right. And what is the philosophy to grant these rights is quid pro quo. That means whatever you disclose, you will get the right accordingly. So there are many kinds of intellectual property: patent, trademark, design, copyright, geographical indications, plant varieties, then layout design of integrated circuits, and trade secret. So I will touch upon, because of time, I'll just few, not all, but so this is one example. The how so many one product has so many intellectual property. So what is this? This is eye beer to improve your vision. Specs. So it's not just normal eye beer. You can correct your vision, but today's world there are a lot of things in it. You can through latest technologies, you can not only read differently, but you can imagine. If you wear this kind of specs, using you can use computer. There is no need of any internet in your mobile or your laptop. It also contains internet. So these kind of new latest specs, and these technology which are important, improved, incorporated in this eyewear the technology is protected through patent, because there are technology involved. And you see the different design of this eyewear. The technology may be same, but they have a different design, shape, configuration. So as per customer, what kind of spec design they want. So any outer shape and configuration is changed, which attracts the customer or public. Also the new shape is also another intellectual property. That means design only outer shape. Even technology may be the same, and by the name it is sold in the market. So the company which is making, they have their trade name, so that is trademark. And the copyright, maybe when we have a booklet, booklet in the how to use, how to, there are so many instructions. If you want to use internet, if you want to use so many other things in this through this spec, then there is a booklet, there are instructions given in that booklet, and that is protected through copyright. So this is one product and having so many intellectual property. It's clear? So all the intellectual property can be licensed, leased, mortgaged, assigned to, or can be used as a collaterals, can be auctioned, or can be gifted as physical properties are the same way. So we understand the patent. The object of the patent system is to encourage invention and to secure patents which are worked in to the fullest extent, and benefits are available to the public at reasonable price, not granted merely to enjoy the right of importation, and they do not become impediments in protection of public health, and their technology transferred and disseminated, but there are certain public interests to be protected. As I said, the patent again is a right, exclusive right granted to the applicant in lieu of the disclosure for limited period, but for that invention, but that invention should be novel, that means new. It should be non-obvious, that means it involves inventive step and is capable of industrial application, and it is limited for 20 years, and it is only a territorial right, that means a patent granted in India cannot be enforced in US or Japan. So for every, if you want to protect your intellectual property patent rights in other countries, you have to file a application in those countries separately, but there are international conventions and treaties through which you can file one application in India, and taking the priority of Indian application you can file in those countries. So there is a, in certain there is one treaty known as Paris Convention, through which you have a 12 months time to file in all the member countries, and there is another treaty known as Patent Cooperation Treaty, through which you can file an application in those countries within 30 months. So these two treaties are used in to file the application outside India in those foreign countries. As I said, it is not necessary that you should you get a right after registering the your invention in the patent office. So once you create that intellectual property and register with the patent office, you have, even without registration, you have an inherent right to use whatever you have created. But why we register? We register because to prevent third party from using it without your authorization. So once you register your intellectual property, nobody can use it without your authorization. So basically, the patents are protected to prevent third party from using without your consent. If somebody wanted use this patent, then he has to take a permission from you, and that permission you can give under some consideration. You may charge money, or you may gift him, or you can do anything. But basically the consent of right holder is important. So what can be patented? There are so many things for patent. What can be or what cannot be patented? So any article, apparatus, machinery or component can be patented. Any substance, whether it's chemical, living, non-living, product, pharmaceutical, lubricant, any composition, it can be patented. Any process, manner of manufacture other than essentially biological process can be patented. but there are certain things which are not patentable, like the those natural laws, or the things occurring in nature can't be patented, and the mere admixtures of known substances can't be patented, and computer program, business methods, and they are not patentable. But recently in this year, in November, this month, Delhi High Court decision is there to distinguish between the business method and inventions. So somebody filed patent for invention relating to security for making transactions, financial transactions. So the patent office, when somebody is claiming the process for financial transaction, the patent office held that invention as a business method, because you are performing through software a financial transaction, so it is a business method. Then the matter was challenged in the High Court. Then High Court said that one has to make a distinction between the pure business method and the invention which is patentable. What? So in the process, there are two further steps for security, enhancing the security aspect while making transaction. So that once you enhance the security related step while performing the transaction, that means you have brought some technical effect in the process. So that is why those transactions, once they are done, they are not mere business method, but since you have improved the security in transacting your business, that is why it is patentable invention. So very, very interesting judgment of Delhi High Court just come this month. So explaining the difference between the pure business method and the inventive patentable invention and using the computer software. But there are certain exceptions to the patents. Patents are not absolute rights. So, and they are subject to government use, importation, manufacture on behalf of the government, experimental purpose. When you use some patent for conducting experiment, you are not infringing the patent rights. And you can use any patent for research purpose. You are not violating the patent right. You can use teaching purpose. Just I explained one patent relating to business method. I just gave you example. So I am teaching. So I am not violating any intellectual property right of the right holder. Then distribution of drugs, medicine by the government in dispensaries of any patented invention. Recently the government, the vaccine example is there. During the COVID, the patent rights were there with the vaccine inventor, manufacturer. There are so many companies, but the government distributed and used for the government purpose, so they can't be considered a violation by the government of patent rights. Any use of foreign vessel, they have come to India incidentally, and when they are repaired in India using the patented technology, then also it is not considered infringement of patent rights. So why patents are important? Because it provides exclusive right, new creation, and you stay at par with the latest technology. You get a legal protection from duplication. You also generate income from assigning of your invention to the third party. You get motivation to do further R&D. You access to the new technology through cross licensing, because all the some product you have made, it can't work. So suppose there is a mobile already manufactured, there are patent right with certain companies, but suppose somebody has invented some interface to improve the functionality of that mobile, some other party, then you can cross license you, because you have a patent right over the product, and once he has improved the interface working of the mobile further, so naturally you wanted to use the technology. So a lot of sometime Apple and Samsung, they use their technology, exchange technology with each other, so the cross license you can do it. So once they are registered, the risk of infringement is reduced. Then it enhances the ability to obtain loans and other things from the government, because you can mortgage, you can use as a collateral your patent rights, intellectual property, and take the loan, because our expert from defense, he was for startup, the funding is very, very important. So once you have registered as a startup, as an invention, or some your business idea, then if it is registered either way of patent or some other form, then you can always use as a collateral to take loan from the bank. It enhances the image of, once you become technology based entrepreneur or enterprises, then it enhances the image of your company. Important source of scientific literature, the patent every year, the some 3.5 million patents application are published. There is no other publication in the world which discloses such information. So it's easy, because every invention is classified into some 7,667 classes to pinpoint where you can find the relevant patent for your invention. So it's very, very important. Also, it identifies the emerging technologies. So this is all about trademark. Trademark. What is trademark? Trademark. Why we use it? So trademark is any word, name, symbol, or device in combination or color combination. So what is the function? It identifies the or distinguish between the services or product of one company to another. So you use, suppose this is Bisleri water, So Bisleri, now you can, this is manufactured by so and so. Suppose there is another company, Himalaya. So this is a Bisleri trademark and Himalaya. So that means manufacturer of this water is different from the Himalaya. So this is the purpose, and the trademark based on the quality of your product and service. That mark which you have chosen as a trademark, it enhances its brand over the years. Now, why you select Bisleri water compared to some other non-brand or lesser known brand? Because you have a trust, you have a belief that the quality of the water provided Bisleri is quite good or pure. That's why. So that means they Bisleri, by simply enhancing their quality of the product, they have created trust among the public, and that is why they have increased their brand. So they have enhanced their brand. So the customers are assured by the quality of the product, and it enhances the market competitiveness. So legal safeguards are there once it is protected. This mark may be a logo, symbol, brand, heading, label, name, signature, word, anything. So different kind of trademarks. One is the service mark. That means those are used when you are providing a service. You are not manufacturing any product, but you have some service, computer repair service, laptop repair service, or maybe like postal service, postal service, India Post. So they are the service marks. So they banks, SBI. So they have their own logo. Certification mark, that means mark which certify the quality of the product. That's a bull mark. Bull mark. This is certification mark. Egg mark, ISI. They are certification marks. So they certify the quality of the product. Collective marks means they are distinguished the goods and service of member of association, like CA, the Chartered Accountant Association. So they are collective marks. And well-known marks means they are well known across regardless of the boundary. Suppose they have no boundaries, well-known marks. Even Japan mark, even well known in India. Or Indian marks like Tata, Amul, they are Indian marks. They are also known in other countries. So those who have occupied the category of well-known marks, they are known across the world. So they, but they are, how you obtain the well-known marks? By from the registrar or by the court. So there are, beside these marks, there are some non-conventional marks also. Smell, scent, sound, oral, 3D shapes, moving marks. So they are also marks. So because time I am just skipping, you can. But what is important in the trademark? The mark should be distinctive character. They should have a distinctive character. Inherently acquired that distinct character. If it is not distinctive, then it can't be registered. And it should not be deceptively similar. It should be honest adaptation of the coined words. So they are not. So there are some 15 most valuable brands in the world. Apple occupies the top position, Microsoft, Amazon. So this is the value of the mark in $1 billion. So Apple value today is 482 billion. For Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all. So this is the value of the brand, how they are important once they are acquired. So, but there are certain grounds for refusal of the application once the mark is, if mark is distinctive. Fruited nuts. So like if you register, so it is descriptive. बिकॉज इसमें फूड प्रोडक्ट है और नट्स भी है, आप उसमें नट्स मिला के आप फ्रूटेड नट्स बेचना चाहते हो तो इट कांट बी रजिस्टर्ड बिकॉज इट्स ए डिस्क्रिप्टिव जोग्राफिकल नेम ऐसे जैसलमेर सिगरेट, तो इट कांट बी रजिस्टर्ड. Open to public when public can use it. Cause of confusion, like somebody SONY or SONI, Sony. So there is a confusion, deception. It can't be registered. Prohibited names and emblems. So, and if somebody using the emblem of a country as their trademark, it can't be allowed. If the mark is hurting the religious feeling, किसी ने मान लो गणेश जी का फोटो बना लिया और बेच रहा है जूते, तो इट विल सर्टेनली हर्ट द फीलिंग्स, हाँ, अगर वो गणेश जी का अगरबत्ती में कर रहा है तो शायद ना करे, अगरबत्ती बेचना चाहे गणेश जी के नाम से तो शायद ना करे. सो दीज आर द ग्राउंड्स. द इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि इट इज़ ओनली ग्रांटेड फॉर आउटर शेप एंड कॉन्फ़िगरेशन, and they have the features of configuration, pattern, ornamental shape, composition of lines, color combination, etc. anything you can do it. And however, the design does not include any mode of principle or working of construction of mode. So that means anything which is outside, suppose this is outside feature, but if you inside, whatever inside, it can't be protected through design. My mobile, suppose I have a mobile, its outer shape can be protected, but what is inside it can't be protected. It's design. Whatever chips is there, battery is there. If any product or any part of the product can be sold separately, जैसे आपकी पहले बैटरी आती थी मोबाइल की, उनकी शेप कुछ अलग हो सकती है, बट नाउ इट्स ए पार्ट ऑफ द मोबाइल, तो वो आपको मतलब उसकी डिज़ाइन शायद ही हो. तो जो आउटर शेप है, मेन इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर है कि आउटर शेप आपका, बाहर का किसी भी प्रोडक्ट का बाहर की शेप. जैसे इसमें जो इवन जो लाइनिंग है, जैसे बॉटल के अंदर, दे आर डिज़ाइन. जो लाइनिंग है, क्योंकि अगर आप देखेंगे इसकी और कोका कोला की बॉटल, उनके अलग अलग डिज़ाइन होंगे, ये लाइनिंग शेप ये बिल्कुल अलग होगा, तो वो डिज़ाइन का पार्ट है. तो डिज़ाइन फॉर वैलिड फॉर 10 ईयर, एक्सटेंडेबल 5 मोर ईयर्स. ये कुछ अलग 3D डिज़ाइन है, कंप्यूटर 2 डिज़ाइन, 3D डिज़ाइन और ये ग्राफिक डिज़ाइन. वाई रजिस्ट्रेशन डिज़ाइन इम्पॉर्टेंट? बिकॉज इट प्रोटेक्ट योर न्यू एंड ओरिजिनल आइडिया, and to prevent unauthorized copying or imitation, and legally exclude all other making, offering, importing, exporting, selling the product with a specific design. तो कॉपीराइट आप जानते ही होंगे, जैसे मैंने कहा कि जो भी आप आर्ट, लिटरेरी, आर्टिस्टिक वर्क, जो भी आप पोएम कुछ भी लिखना चाहें, तो ड्रामेटिक, म्यूजिकल, आर्टिस्टिक, कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम, cinematographic film, sound recording, they are subject of copyright. And then you have a broadcasting, production right, performance right, author's right, and resale right, adaptation of work. You also, suppose some book is written in English, you want to translate in your language, some other language, you are adopting it, then you have a translation adaptation right of not the entire book, but whatever work you have done it. Architecture work, figurative work, cinematographic work, photographic work, program. Yeah, the derivative work is also protected under copyright. Translation, rearrange work, transform work, adaptation, they are all. Compilation, suppose your university publishing lot of papers and come with a book where different papers, best papers selected in computer science, mechanical engineering, suppose they come with this compilation, that is also a copyright, compilation of the various work. All the intellectual copyright related, they have a different time frame, like literary, dramatic, musical work, they have a 60 years plus life of the author. Cinematographic, film recording, post photograph, they have a 60 years, counted from the year following the day they are published. Broadcasting work, they have a 25 years, and performance right, they also 50 years of work. So different kind of work, there are some exceptions. Lastly, I will talk about the geographical indication. So geographical indication is the only intellectual property, it can't be owned by individual. Patent, you can own patent, individual person can own patent, they can own trademark, they can own design, they can own copyright, but they can't own geographical indication. These indications, GI are given registration to organizations. The organization, the one which protects the right of the manufacturer growers of GI. So this is an indication to identify the agriculture, natural or manufacture or handicraft work located in that particular territory. So if the particular territory, because these products either grown or made in that particular area, so they have a special attributes to those products. they can't be made in other place, like Darjeeling tea. So why the GI is registered Darjeeling tea? Because the Darjeeling area has a specific weather conditions, and due to which there is a different flavor in the tea. If you grow that tea in Delhi, it can't have the flavor which is in Darjeeling. So that is why they are known as geographical indication, because they are related to a particular geography, that particular area, like basmati rice, Kolhapuri chappal, Mysore silk. So they are related to a particular geography where they are either made, manufactured, grown, or created by artificial human beings by their craft. So that's why they are geographical. So they should have a special quality or character or reputation based on the climatic or production correct conditions, or they should be unique and essentially attributed to that particular area. So these are example I have already explained. Who can apply? Any association of person or producers, organization established by or under the law can apply, representing and protecting the interest of the producer. So suppose a association has obtained GI, but there are large people who are making same product. Like if you go to Mysore, the Mysore silk. So a lot of people, a lot of industry having in each and every house they have a sari making business. So if they want to use the GI, Mysore silk GI in their product, so they have to become a member either to the association or in the register of GI as a registered user. So they can go to the patent office, GI registry, and ask them to register their name, because they are also manufacturing. So they can be added as a registered user of that particular product, because they are also growing. Term of GI again, it's for a period of 10 years, but it is extendable for every 10 years. So it continues. So with this I end, because besides there are other intellectual property rights like layout design rights for semiconductor and layout designs, and there's another plant variety and farmers rights, so on the plant varieties, and the last one, the trade secrets. So besides they are also important, but today I think due to paucity of time I end here. If you have any question, please let me know. I can take 1 or 2 maximum. Oh, yeah. So when you go for a patent, so if you file online application, that for individual, MSME or startup, they are only 1600 rupees. And if filed by in the name of some organization, some company, then it is 8,000, so 5 times more. But as a university or technical institute like Sharda University, for them also the government has reduced the fee of 1600 rupees. So because I think 2 years back this amendment was made, so they are also given 1/5, 80% fee reduction, 80% fee reduction to promote intellectual property in the university. Because of these steps, last year, India has received around 90,000 application, and from university institution alone, there are 19,500, something like that. So you can imagine 1/4, maybe slightly. So now technical institutions are also filing. Earlier we used to, I think if you go back 5 years, only IITs in total, they used to file around 500, 600. But now the private universities have taken over. the last year Sanskrit University, Sharda, this कौन सा है आपका जलंधर में LUP, Lovely Professional University, Lovely Professional University, yeah, and MIT University sometime used to be leader in filing. But overall, I think Indian universities are doing well because of this government initiative, and that's why their number have increased. I think top 10 university filing more than 1,000 application per year. So because of this government initiative, I'm sure one day I will find out the Sharda University also in that list. Yeah. So timeline, if you file, there are two systems. One is normal filing and one is expedited. So there are two type of examination. Normal examination, once you file within 31 months, you can file a request for examination, or there is a system of expedited examination. So, but it is for a limited period, like limited candidate applicant. Like if you are a startup, if you are a woman applicant, government institutions, R&Ds, universities recognized by the government or state government, they can file a or those who are selecting Indian Patent Office, ISA, IPA, they can file a request for expedited examination. So under the expedited examination, people are getting patent from 60 days to 150 days from the date of filing the request. And under normal, now earlier used to be 5 years, but now it has come to 3 years from the date of making the request for examination. So thank you. If you have any question, then you can. There my. एक email है मेरा. Okay. You can. I have an email. Okay. Sorry. So you can send your questions to head IPR Mr. Avinash Kumar, and maybe he can forward to me, and otherwise you can kskardam@gmail.com. Very simple. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session. Please give him a huge round of applause. I'd like to request Sir Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar to please felicitate Kardam sir. Please continue the round of applause, everyone. An announcement for everyone. Please fill the feedback form before you proceed for lunch. It is provided in your registration kit so that your certificates can be prepared quickly. Thank you. Moving on.
Certificate will be given. You just write yes.
In feedback form, there is an option given whether you are provided with certificate. Please mark yes over there. After lunch, we will be providing the certificate. So you all are supposed to submit that feedback form before proceeding for lunch.
At the gate.
At the gate. Okay. Now, introducing Sir Dr. Nadeem Ahmed Sheikh, presently serving as Deputy Director Livestock Products. Sir has done his graduation in BVSc AH from College of Veterinary Sciences, Udgir, and from AIH and PH Kolkata, and Master's Research from Department of Food Hygiene and BPH, Bombay Veterinary College. Sir has worked with Alanas and Al Kabir during 1999 to 2006 and joined as Assistant Director Livestock Products at Ministry of Food Processing Industries, New Delhi through UPSC on 4th August 2006. Sir has worked with FSSAI during 2008 to 2012 and has visited a number of countries including USA, Thailand, Taiwan, South Korea, and Saudi Arabia, where he shared technical sessions on meat hygiene. Sir has been participating as meat hygiene expert with EIC, APEDA, and other related regulatory agencies and has published a number of research papers in national and international peer-reviewed journals. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Everybody, good afternoon. Thank you. So I will really make your afternoon very good by just reducing my own lecture because you all are waiting for food. So I am discussing here what are all government policies for entrepreneurship development in food processing sector. So food processing sector is one of the very important sunrise sector, as we all know, and we being agricultural dominant country, so the major employment share is in the area of agriculture, and as we all know that we are ranking number 1 in many agricultural producers like milk, in case of mangoes, guavas, papayas. So we have a lot of agricultural produce, but the problem is that the farmers are not in position to get the proper remuneration. So the government of India is committed to double the farmers' income. And as all we know that the farmers' income cannot be doubled or cannot be increased without proper handling of agri raw material, the raw material which is being used for making food and food products. So the area where we need to do intervention is that proper handling of agricultural produce or post-harvest intervention, post-harvest handling at agri-farm gate level, and then after that processing. So we have different schemes from Government of India that I will talk in brief, and then after that, as Dr. Bhuvendra was telling that I will just share some case studies or experience what we have in this segment. So here we have that exactly how we can develop this food processing sector. So the main aim is to reduce the post-harvest losses, and then we should go for promotion of value addition and generate off-farm jobs. Then we should enhance the processing preservation capacities, encourage agro-processing clusters, identify different gaps in this in the infrastructure, right from farm to processing and up to the level of distribution. Then we should create a global food manufacturing champions, because we are the country with diversified agroclimatic conditions, and we can produce different types of food products which are really required at our domestic as well as international level. So we are the country who can really become a global champion in this segment. And now, as per the call of Honorable Prime Minister, we are also working, the country is working to promote millet-based product. So millet are something very highly underutilized grain, which has a lot of nutritional or nutraceutical value, and the major agrarian areas involved in this agri-produce. So yes, after efforts of Ministry of Food Processing Industries, we have seen that in 1 year we are able to climb to 200% increase in millet processing. Just 1 year efforts. So yes, all SAUs, agricultural university, research organizations, everybody is working that how best we can, we can go to promote this sector. How we can make farmer to go and let them grow this type of this farm production. But important thing is that how best this farm produce can be brought to the market. So yeah, what is required, that how best we can pack it, how best we can go for value addition, how the losses can be reduced. So this is the area where we need to work, and Ministry of Food Processing Industries is working in this area, and our little efforts have yielded that we are able to go for value addition. We promoted value addition, and 200 times more this millet utilization has been noticed. This is what is being recorded. I think a lot of MSME sector and small, this food processing units, they are also working in this segment. And if we are really working, we can have a real time data where we can have understanding exactly what is the impact of call of Government of India. So, what is sectoral profile of this sector? The key factor that we have 72 lakh employment at this point of time. We have 72 lakh employment generation in this segment. It's a very important and very huge impact. And now Ministry is targeting minimum 10 lakhs per annum, the target we are considering, and we are working in this segment. So this 1.2 lakh crores of GVA has been deposited in 2022-23. So this is what what is total agri export? 23.4% of product is being processed, or agricultural produce we are able to process 23%. So now still we have a lot of scope. We can go for value addition, we can go for innovation, we can go for different types of fast moving consumer goods production in this segment. Like if we are considering that edible oil which was being packed in 2 liters or 10 liters or 5 liters pack, today in rural area we can see that under fast this moving consumer goods, we are able to pack 10 ml, 20 ml, and the small households, they are able to buy it for their own one-time food production. So this is how we can go for enhancing our value addition in this area. So what is other role in economy? That wastages, how best we can convert waste to wealth. So this is area where we can talk in length. Like a lot of waste is being generated in any agricultural or food processing industry. If we are understanding, may I know how many students are from food processing? Anybody who understand food processing? Koi hai? Yeah, there is one guy. Yeah. So in food processing, if we are considering, like, just take a example of this pea, green pea, like what sir was selling in morning. So in green pea, what industry we have visited, we found that in a green pea processing firm, a lot of wastage is getting generated, and that wastage, it's very difficult to handle. So we have two parts. One is the covering, and other part is the seed. So seed is being processed for export, but the covering, it's very difficult to handle. So in green peas, the industry is handling it. It's very difficult to handle, and that covers are being given to farmers for feeding their animals. But that cannot be done for so long time. So what happened? We got one case where these peas were being processed, and the covers were the problem. So when we observed that the green peas, the cover is having a lot of juice in that. So that juice was being just extracted, and we found that 3 to 5% of that weight is from that juice. So that juice was extracted, and it is being used as a curry thickener. And when the leftover was fermented, after half fermentation, they were cut down as a 2 mm size fibers. That fiber were packed in vacuum packaging technology, and now that is being exported to Europe. What is used is that if that 2 gram pack is being used in one glass of water, it is a constipation solution. So today the peas are wasted in that factory, the principal product which was being produced in that factory. So now the covering is exported to Europe, and they are fetching the economy, means the return is almost 10 times more than that type of means as compared to the principal product that is been peas. So in agricultural production, if really we are going and concentrating that how best the waste can be converted to wealth. So here we have an aim in the Ministry of Food Processing Industry. Government is supporting that how best this waste can be converted to wealth. Now in Noida, if we are just roaming in the areas, we are seeing that a lot of people, they are just selling this orange juice. But orange peel, what about orange peels? From orange peel, we can produce a very high value product, that is pectin. And pectin is costing almost 3,000 rupees per kg in a wholesale market. So if you are going and processing pectin, now what is quantum of mango peels? If you are just doing survey, one cart fellow who is selling these oranges, he is almost in a day he is able to collect some 20 to 30 kg of peel. So if that peel if somebody is collecting and processing it, it gives a lot of remuneration. So in that way, this whatever agri waste is coming, that we can produce into wealth. Then again, the industry has a large number of unregistered units in food processing sector. It is almost 98.32%. And the organized sector is very less. And that organized sector is creating impact that we are able to see a lot of processed food product in the market. So we have a lot of scope that all the this MSME can be upgraded, they can be formalized. So ministry has schemes which is focusing on this 98% of food processing sector, which can be formalized. So Ministry of Food Processing Industry is running different types of schemes. These are very important schemes for development of the sector. So one scheme we have Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. This is just for creating a modern infrastructure for food processing. Other we have a program linked incentive scheme. This is for creating global champion in this area. And then we have another scheme of PMFME. It's very important scheme for all those who are coming out of the institutions. It is called Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Enterprises. I will go in detail about these schemes. So we have one scheme. Now this is one scheme where it's called Scheme for Cold Chain and Value Addition. In this scheme, government is providing a grant of 35 or 50% of the technical cost, and that grant is maximum to 10 crore rupees. So this is a scheme where the cold chain is being financed by Government of India. What is cold chain? Cold chain means, like, for example, if I am collecting milk, so right from collection of milk, we need to keep milk under 10 degrees centigrade temperature control. So right from farm collection of milk, we need to have a reefer van which is maintaining temperature of milk at less than 10 degrees centigrade in order to avoid spoilage of milk. Then that milk is being brought to the processing plant where it is being treated, and after that the milk is distributed to different types of outlets, like we are seeing mother dairy outlets everywhere. So if somebody want to have a milk processing plant, this is one example I am giving you. So right from farm collection to the distribution level, so whatever maximum cost is coming, the Government of India provides 35% of grant and maximum to 10 crores of rupees. There is other scheme which is a smaller version of this scheme where we are providing grant to the that is the infrastructure for agri-processing cluster, and where if anybody can come with a cluster of 10 acres of land where grant is provided to the tune of 10 crores, and they can have 5 different types of small food processing units in that unit, where every unit will get grant to the tune of 5 crores. So here he can get 25 crores. So 25 plus 10 crores, 35 crores of rupees government is providing as assistance. That means we are not required to pay back. This is the area where really people or startups can work it out. The other scheme is creation expansion of food processing and precision capacities. Here Government of India is providing grant to the maximum of 5 crore, where we can have different types of small food processing units in different locations all over, either in the food processing cluster or outside the cluster. This is one scheme where we can establish a food testing laboratory, because nowadays if you are considering we have Food Safety Standard Authority of India, where every food processing food business operator has to test their sample twice in a year. And we understand that we have lakhs of food business operator in India. So every person is, every FBO is mandatorily testing their product twice a year. So we can understand what is sample size. So yes, Sharda University is also putting their efforts to have a food testing lab in their campus. So this is the area where graduates from chemistry, microbiology, or food technology, they can come out and they can have this entrepreneurship with themselves, where grant is provided to the tune of 50 and 70% of their total cost, and there is no limit. Whatever cost is coming, government will support 50% to them, and to the difficult areas like Jammu and Kashmir and Uttarakhand and northeastern state, they can take facility with a grant of 70%. This is one big scheme where grant is provided to the 50% of cost, and it is a maximum 15 crores. So this is the area which is also where Government of India is supporting right from farm. That how best what sort of agri produce we want to produce, their collection at the farm level, taking to the mandi or the processing plant, and then processing it different in different way. So this is one scheme where really if somebody want to have a develop their own food processing industry, so they can avail this facility. So this is the area where human resource development can be done. If Sharda University or any academician or any researcher, if they want to have some product in their consideration, some method, some packaging technology, they can very well develop it, and where government will support 50% of their investment, whatever is coming to them. Here also there is no limit. If somebody want to develop some innovative product, and if the cost of a project is 10 crores, he can get 5 crores out of that. And this is one scheme where really students are availing benefit, and almost till now, almost 1.5 lakh students they have availed. Here grant is provided to the tune of 10 lakhs. Like if somebody is working on tamarind, and if he is having his own entrepreneur at home, if somebody is working on some apples, if they have their own entrepreneurship at home, some apple juice somebody is preparing, or some apple concentrate they are preparing, somebody is preparing papad at their home. So whatever informal sector is there, somebody may have their own small unit at home, that unit can be formalized. Those already, now 60% of those guys who already have unit, that will be like, what is formalization? Formalization is that, like what sir was selling in morning, they should go for registration as a industry. They should go for taking for bringing proper infrastructure, hygienic infrastructure with them. They should go for taking food safety standard license with them, and what are all government rules and regulation. By abiding that, they should have an effort for making their product safe for the consumer. So that is what, from informal way to formal way. So if somebody who is really having some product in their mind and they don't have any seed capital something, so this is the scheme where you can get maximum 10 lakh. So the target is for 2 lakh micro processing unit we want to support, and till now almost 1 lakh we have supported. So this is the scheme where little efforts are required. Like if somebody is having just 2 lakh rupees in his pocket, he can avail 3 lakh rupees loan from government, and 5 lakh rupees he will get from this ministry. So this is a scheme where a lot of interest has been generated, and small entrepreneur who want to work on very small capital, and especially the pass out students and startups, those who are really interested. If some students, if they have a group of 10 people, they can have 10 units with them. So in this way it can be developed, and Sharda University can work with the student, and they can be educated in this regard. So here there is a 35% maximum ceiling of 10 lakh for all eligible organizations, FPOs, self-help group, cooperatives, all these things are there. They will be given 40,000 rupees per member as a self-help group. So this is a grant up to 50% to groups or special purpose vehicle for ODOP, one district, one product. So Government of India identified different districts for different products, or even the state governments also have identified different districts for different types of product. So by taking advantage of that also, we can go and we will get here 50%, because in the other part it was 35%, but in this part it is 50%. So here also this benefit can be taken. Other scheme where Sharda can take advantage, that is by developing an incubation center. So grant up to 2 crores is been provided by the ministry. If we want to develop an incubation center with respect to the agri produce in this part of the country, and how best different farmers or entrepreneurs can be groomed, trained and brought in the commercial arena. So this is a scheme where Government of India is supporting. So other is the scheme. This is a very big scheme. It is for all the big brands, where 10,900 crores have been allocated by the Government of India, where for development of different types of agriculture product by using Indian raw material, Government of India is supporting. So these are the other government agencies which are supporting food processing sector. Like we have a small farmers agribusiness consortium, we have MSME, we have National Horticulture Board, NABARD is there, and Agricultural Process Export Development Authority, and we have a National Cooperative Union of India, NCUI. These are all different organizations who are working for development of this sector. And yes, this is a sector where really a lot of job generation is there. And really, if we have an innovative idea in mind, we can really develop in this area, like what Honorable Vice Chancellor was discussing in the morning. Like we need to have an innovative mind. I am just being a veterinarian. I have been treating one farm, one sheep farm was there. So I used to go and treat animals in that sheep farm. So after some time, I have seen that a lot of seeds, a lot of bags were kept in the corner of that farm. So I asked that guy, what are all these things? So there is one babul ka plant hota hai, babul seeds are there, where sheep and goats are being fed with that babul leaves. So the fruit is also having very good delicacy, and these sheep and goats, they are very fond of taking those fruits. But I found that these gunny bags were filled of that seeds, a brown colored seeds. So I asked, what is this? He told, our farm is not for meat purpose or milk purpose. We are just feeding these seeds to this animal, and these seeds cannot be digested. So the seeds are coming out of fecal matter of the animal. We collect these seeds because animal stomach is a type of bioreactor. So the seed undergoes a proper biochemical reaction. Whatever is coming out, it has a lot of export value. We are exporting to China, we are exporting to Japan, we are exporting these seeds to Malaysia and Indonesia, and they have a special medicinal importance over there. And they are making a lot of dollars out of that. So this is something innovative ideas, what we need to understand. So I think the students of Sharda, they can go to different agricultural markets and mandis, and we have a lot of issues in agricultural markets and mandis. Agricultural produce are not being handled properly. A lot of spoilage is there. If you are going to see the market in the morning at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, lot of rush is there. Lot of agri produce is coming in the mandi, and by 10 o'clock, 10:30, you will see a lot of wastage is there. So that wastage can be converted to wealth. So one of my friend, he is simply going to the mandis and he is collecting all those spoiled tomatoes. There is spoiled tomatoes. Gande sande tomato hote, that he is collecting it. He is a chemist, he is having his own plant, and he is extracting lycopene from that spoiled tomatoes. And that lycopene is costing almost 9,000 rupees per kg. So this is something from waste to wealth we can convert. We have many ideas. So I think the students can sit with faculties, and we can go and we can talk to the people, we can talk to the stakeholders, we can go to villages, agricultural farms. There are many issues with the farmers. right from production, right from processing, handling, bringing the agricultural produce to mandis, and we can have a lot of innovative ideas where we can develop entrepreneurships. And Government of India is assisting such type of entrepreneurs through different ministry schemes. So that even the Ministry of Food Processing Industry is also working in the area of food processing. So you are very free to call us at any point of time. Yeah, here faculties are there, they are well connected to us. Any student can connect us at any given point of time, and you can ask any type of solution whenever required. If you have anything, any idea, definitely we are here to support you. If any question, please. भूख तो लगी है, पता है, सब लोग परेशान हैं. Yeah, please. Very, very good afternoon.
I want to commend you for your presentation, but I want to talk on the last part.
Okay, tell me.
I'm Sora Anthony, a PhD research student from Nigeria. I am intrigued that your government has a lot in place for the development of the SMEs. But I'm looking at it based on your slogan, the number one destination for international students. And being an international student, what are the benefits accruing to me as regards?
If you are doing research in Sharda and you have any innovative idea with respect to food processing, what I am talking, you can very well conceive a project. That project can be submitted through university, and it can be funded, and there is no limit for funding. It's 50% of your whatever technical cost will be there. It's huge money, but there is no limit. If it is 10 crore, 5 crore will come from government. But your outcome should have commercial value. Food processing industry, either a product or a process or testing method or any waste to wealth, whatever is there, that should have a commercial value. If it has a commercial value, this ministry will support you.
Okay. Why I'm asking this, I asked a question when I came in. I said, we from the international community were giving to Sharda. What is Sharda giving back to us? And that's a good vehicle that could propel our states coming to Sharda with students, because we too we are in the belief that we need to develop our economy. If Sharda is promising us and putting it in place,
Sharda is a very important platform, I'm telling you. Why today I came to Sharda? Because I was very eager to come in this campus. In many meetings, many policy makers, they are discussing different research papers of Sharda. What Sharda opinion is coming in different newspaper, yeah, that I am telling you. This, whatever faculty they are writing, that is being discussed at very highest level. We have suggested you please refer that newspaper or that magazine where Sharda has given that type of article. So this is the one of the very important platform you came, and definitely you will get a lot of things written back with you.
okay.
Yeah.
Sir, your question I have to come. Now what university gives to you, university gives you knowledge. Knowledge, you are here to acquire knowledge. Okay, and what I suggested, if you are so interested, you kindly talk to your ambassador here sitting in New Delhi. I talked to so many people. We can develop a joint program, partly funded by your country, partly funded by India, and we can do wonders for development of the country. Why don't you talk to your ambassador sitting over here? I have talked to a dozen of ambassadors.
I need your contact because
Yeah, we are free.
my state
Our
government
doors
is
are always
interested
open.
in
Open.
developing
That's
our
what you are
states.
here. We have opened this window. That's what you are here.
I can open
Okay,
the
welcome.
windows.
Always welcome. Any idea?
And sir, one thing I want to just put before Sharda, I have been to ISCOST Kashmir, Shere Kashmir University. Their vice chancellor told me we are not teaching our student as they should go for job. Every student of ISCOST should become an entrepreneur. ISCOST got 500 training program of MSME, sir. Yeah, I just want to put up that that is the only one university in India who got 500 training program from MSME. It's huge for just development of entrepreneur, and they are doing it. That is question, sir. That is question to Sharda. Being sitting in Noida, next to Delhi, and you have all know-hows. Because what in morning, yeah. So it's not just a product innovation; it's an operation innovation. We can develop different methods. What sir was telling, a security feature in financial transaction. So there are many things. We can have different method like Dabawala. Mumbai's Dabawala example is there. It's a modern management technique. I have been in Mumbai. If I am sitting in Matunga from far 50 kilometers, I am getting a very garam dabba. In the dabba, my name is there. Almost 20 people are handling that dabba. Somebody will bring up to the local station in local train, other guy will handle it. Then he will be in that train only, he will give to somebody in some second station. From second station, it will be given to some other train, Western Harbour Line, Central Line. But in time, that tiffin is reaching. And this is continued from last 30 years, 40 years. Techniques have been changed, peoples have been changed. We are becoming much more modern. And they also adopted very modern means. But thing is that my dabba is coming to me in time. Late nahi hota hai. Very fresh food is coming to us. ठंडा भी नहीं मीन्स दे हैव चैलेंज कि सब ठंडा नहीं होगा मीन्स जो जिस तरह से द वे इट वाज प्रिपेयर्ड दैट सेम दे आर नॉट रीहीटिंग इट दैट इज द थिंग तो बिल्कुल तो घर का खाना खाते हैं सो दैट इज व्हाट आई थिंक दिस आर ऑल टेक्निक्स वी कैन शेयर विद द स्टूडेंट और इन आई एम फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी तो आवर प्रोफेसर यूज्ड टू टेल कि तेरी चप्पल घर जानी चाहिए so we used to go to agricultural farms, we used to go to talk to farmer. Being veterinarian, it's very difficult to treat an animal in village. That farmer will teach you how to treat. They will have their own ideas of treatment. So out of those difficult way of working, I am also a meat technologist. When I have been in Al Kabir, when I joined in as a meat technologist, the butcher used to teach me. They used to teach me how to handle. So from this 500, 600 butcher, if you are really taking a export quality meat, it's very difficult. By complying to all international norms and SPS requirements and all those things. So this is that like economists or management guys or technical guys, if all are sitting together, so something good will come, and I think Sharda is in best position to do that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Shukriya.
Thank you, sir, for such an interesting session and answering some of very interesting questions as well. Please give sir a huge round of applause. I'd like to request Sir Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar to please felicitate sir. I know everyone is quite hungry for lunch, so just one more energetic round of applause, please. We had one more lecture in this session, but thanks to Avi sir, as he has given his consent to have his talk after the lunch. So we will have lunch now, and we'll rejoin the session after 30 minutes. They'll submit at the door. due to shortage of time, we have lunch has been reduced to 30 minutes. Do submit your feedback forms at the door and collect your lunch tokens from the registration desk only. Thank you. अभी सर की ये तो खत्म हो गई ना हाँ अभी सर की हाँ मैं करवा about the workshop sir
Whatever you want.
sir I have a lot to say
Yes, 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 please.
No, not another lecture.
You can say anything you want.
I'll definitely give them an answer back what they can expect as international students from Sharda. Yes sir. Start करें सर ने कहा 5 मिनट और Greetings everyone. Hello, mic check 1 2 3 is it no. Okay. Greetings everyone. I hope as we are back from lunch we can come back from an enlightening session and I can expect an energetic applause from everyone. Starting with the session, we have Sir Avi Garg presenting the next session. Sir is a master's, more notably a gold medalist in applied chemistry and Bachelor of Science, a university topper in his field. He has earned his law degree from Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, and also holds a postgraduate diploma in intellectual property rights laws from NLS-IU Bangalore. Sir is a registered patent agent with Indian Patent Office and is also a member of the Bar Council of Delhi. Sir has been around 17 years of experience and started his career in IP in 2007. His areas of expertise include medicinal chemistry, medical devices, pharmaceutical, chemical, petrochemical, natural chemistry, biochemistry, and allied sciences. He is actively involved in drafting, filing, and prosecuting patent applications at different forums like the Indian Patent Office, International Bureau, USPTO, EPO, and various others. He has been attending hearings for prosecution, opposition at all branches of the Indian Patent Office, and appeal and revocation matters before the High Court. Okay. So, please welcome him with a huge round of applause. I guess everyone can be a little more energetic and a huge round of applause again.
Thank you for giving a very brief and a sweet introduction of mine. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have been given a very difficult task to keep all of you awake after lunch. So I'll try my level best to keep all of you awake. So in this session, we will discuss that why intellectual property is important, that Dr. Kardam has already explained all of us, that why intellectual property is important. Now we will understand specifically in the field of pharma and life sciences, what are the challenges to obtain an intellectual property and how we can safeguard our interest. Because when we are talking of startups and their success of startups, so what make that difference? Because you have lots of startups, but not every startup is a successful startup. So how you can make your startup as a successful startup if you have a good idea and if you have a good intellectual property, because the economy is driven by knowledge, right? So in this session, I'll cover these topics briefly. The history of product patents in India and the inventions which are not patentable in India with respect to life science and pharma. And then the Bular provision, a specific provision that has been made for the pharmaceutical industry. And then the issues related to Biodiversity Act and the patent linkage, a very interesting topic of mine, because this talks of the conflict between the regulatory of drug and the intellectual property right. So we'll just quickly touch upon all these topics. So we divide this era of intellectual property specifically with respect to pharmaceuticals in two phases. One is pre-TRIPS agreement, and the another one is post-TRIPS agreements. So what is TRIPS? TRIPS is an agreement governed by the WTO. It is trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. So India became member to this TRIPS agreement in 1995. So after this signing of the agreement, since we are party to this multinational agreement, so we have to amend our act. So what were the changes? Before 2000, before the signing of the TRIPS agreement, India does not allow patents on drug products. So these are the basic differences. If you can see, the term of patent was 14 years and the maximum of 7 years of term was provided for the process of drugs and food. And there was no product patent available before the signing of this TRIPS agreement. So once India became party to the TRIPS agreement, so effective from 2005, there were the amendments in the Patent Act, and these were the major changes. The term of the patent has been made unified for the 20 years, and the product patent is applicable or is available for all the drug products also. So now, as we have already discussed, what is the requirement of getting a patent, like what Dr. Kardam has already explained, novelty, inventive step, industrial applicability. So that's the basic requirement. So now comes the question that is everything under the sun is patentable? Of course not. So there are certain exceptions to the getting patents on certain products or process which are otherwise comes into the definition of invention, but they are not patentable. So I have taken few of the sections which are relevant for the pharma industry. So one of such section is section 3B, which bars patenting of inventions that are the commercial exploitation of which could contrary to the public order or morality. To explain this, I will just give you one good example. University of Harvard, they have come up with a transgenic mouse. The transgenic mouse is an oncomouse. They have induced the cancer into that mouse. And the purpose of preparing the transgenic animal was to do the testing of cancerous drugs. So when Harvard University, when they applied for the patent on the transgenic mouse, this provisions comes into the picture. Public order or morality, because we are sacrificing an animal life for the testing of drugs. So for this particular point, there was a difference of opinion in different jurisdictions. Like US said, okay, we'll give you a patent, but are we not sacrificing animal life? So other like the EP, they have strictly said, no, we will not give right to the transgenic animal. But then the questions come to the picture that we have to look for the larger interest. If we are sacrificing hundreds of mice, but if we are getting a drug which can cure thousands or hundreds of or lakhs of the patients, in that particular model, certain jurisdictions like Canada, they have allowed the patent on the transgenic animal. But otherwise, generally speaking, they say that transgenic animal, that is a controversial issue because you are killing a mouse, because we are inducing a cancer gene into it. So that's why there was a controversy over this particular thing, and this provisions come into the picture then. Then comes the mere discovery of a scientific principle or formulation of abstract theory. So they say that something which is naturally occurring into the nature, you cannot take a patent over it. I just give you one example of it, that we have one plant, right? So if we extract some chemical compound from that particular plant, so there is a question whether it is a discovery or this is an invention, because this is something which is naturally occurring into the nature and you have simply isolated it. So again, here also there is a catch. So they say that if an human intervention is involved to obtain that particular compound, then you can get a patent, of course, because if I just take one example that okay, if we take an extract of a plant, they may have thousands of compounds into it, but it is our human intervention which has actually identified that one potential compound. So that is my human intervention. It is not mere discovery, because what is not patentable is a mere discovery. So I have not done a mere discovery. I have found out the potential use of that one compound which is present in the library of compound which are present in the extract of that particular plant. So that is that is something which can be patentable, because that is not a mere discovery, because you have done a human intervention into it. You have put in your efforts to identify that particular compound. This is again a very controversial and a very interesting talked about section of about India. And this is a provision which bars patenting of new use of a known compound, or new form of a known compound, or new use of a known method. So what was the logic behind this provision is this, that big pharma companies, they always try to increase the life of the patent by doing some small modifications into it. For example, they take a patent on the base compound, then they will come up on a crystalline form of the compound. So that way they are increasing the life of the patent, and we call this concept as a evergreening of patent. So India being a country which is still a developing country, so we from the day one when this thing of patent was in the mind, it was very clear that we should stop this culture of evergreening. So this particular provision actually helps us to stop this culture of evergreening. So they say if you come up with a new salt or a new form of a known substance, then you cannot get a patent over it. So you can get a patent on a base compound, but you cannot keep on increasing the life of the drug just by adding a salt or polymorph or any combination of it. So there was a huge controversy, and these are the two major judgments which has further clarified the position of India about Section 3D. So the first landmark judgment which has ever talked about Section 3D was Novartis versus Union of India. In this case, Supreme Court has categorically explained, because being an attorney, this is my job to get patent from a client. So we have been trying different sort of strategies. Like we have been asking patent office to give us a patent when it is a physically stable. Because Section 3D says if you show enhancement of the efficacy. So that efficacy was not defined. So we being attorneys, we have been arguing that okay, the physical stability is also an increase in efficacy. So that should be allowed. But in this particular judgment, the Supreme Court, the Honorable Supreme Court has categorically explained that efficacy should be a therapeutic efficacy. So we cannot take advantage of a physical stability or other parameters to justify the provision of Section 3D is not applicable on my drug. So this particular thing they have clarified. Then there is another judgment of DS Biopharma versus Controller of Patents. In this case, again, the importance of Section 3D was emphasized. And in this case, the courts have actually put the burden on the examining authorities also. Because Section 3D is a unique provision for India. So it is not been taken care by the MNCs when they are filing outside India. Like the companies like Pfizer and other companies which are coming from US and other jurisdictions. And when we are filing in India, let's say. Yes. So this is a very unique provision for an Indian Patent Act. So with this judgment, the court have also put a burden on the controllers. They have said that okay, if you want to object a patent on Section 3D, you have to identify the known substance, because you ask a patent or the applicant to give a data with respect to a known substance. But what is a known substance? That you need to identify. Then only you can put a burden on the applicant to give a data to compare that why it is therapeutically effective as compared to the known substance. So these are the two major judgments for Section 3D. Then this is Section 3E. Yes, sir, please.
So normal advocate, those who are there practicing at court, do they have all this kind of knowledge of IPR or all these issues?
No, sir. Usually, like IP attorneys used to handle such cases, sir. Or up to, in High Court now they have a specific IP bench also.
Okay.
Delhi High Court has come up with an IPD, Intellectual Property Division. So the two judges are being assigned.
Those people they look after very.
Yes, they look after. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, they cannot do it. They cannot. They will not be able to do it. Huh. Amicus curiae was always there, sir. Amicus curiae is already there. Amicus curiae. Amicus curiae they were saying. Amicus curiae can be there. And now they have what Delhi High Court and other high courts are doing. They are making a specific IP bench. So the two judges are being made to listen only IP cases.
So it is with High Court, not what with the Supreme Court?
No. Right now only with the High Court, sir. So Delhi High Courts have this already. Calcutta has already done it. Chennai has already done. Himachal has already done.
Yesterday there was a case now that film that lady she has asked for this thing, infringement of copyright.
Copyright, yes, sir.
Day before only in Kerala.
Kerala. Huh.
So that case is going on in High Court.
So High. IPAB used to do it. So IPAB is now abolished. So instead of IPAB, all the rights has been given to the High Court. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. High Court, sir. All the appeals are in the High Courts now, sir. So this is section 3. This bars patenting of formulations which are like the mere formulation. Like if you have a formulation of component A and B, the combination therapies we have. So this bars patenting of 3E. Again, in this case, like advocates like us, they have made the life of patent office difficult, because what we used to argue that when I'm coming up with a new compound, you cannot ask me to give data for 3E, because this is the novel compound I have come up with. So you cannot ask me that it is a mere aggregation, because this is the first time we have come up. But the High Courts are smarter than us. So they have come up with another judgment about section 3E, in which they have categorically explained that even if you're coming for the first time, you have to show that your compound, and if you're claiming a composition, then even if you're coming up with a new compound, then you have to show that this compound plus the second carrier, they should have some synergistic effect. So synergistic effect means that we have component A and component B. So they are known, they have their known activities X and Y. So if the resultant formulation is giving me the result which is X plus Y, that is not patentable. But if my formulation is giving X plus Y plus delta, that delta we call as a synergistic effect. So if you are able to show that synergistic effect in a formulation, then we are able to overcome this section 3E. So earlier we used to argue, before Kardam sir also, I have argued many times that sir, this is a novel compound, you have to give me a patent, and gracefully he has allowed also. So but now the High Courts have made it very difficult for all of us, that even if it is a new compound, you have to show that your new compound should give some synergistic effect in the composition. Compound anyways you are taking, so compound product you have, but for formulation you have to show that synergistic effect. So this is another provision. This has been placed so that no method of surgical treatments and other things can be patented, so that the cost of surgeries cannot be increases. So they have barred this thing. In this, the method of diagnostic was also excluded. So many people, they have argued that the method of diagnosis is something that should be given a patent. Reason being, because that has a commercial aspect, and that does not involve the level of a surgeon. So we understand that something which involves level of a surgeon, that should not be patented, but something, because all these things, you know how commercialized things are these days, the path labs and other things. So so this is the basis of this provision in the act, because this comes from the TRIPS agreement. The TRIPS has allowed this thing, and US, Australia and New Zealand are the members which allow such matters like method of treatment. You can get patent in these countries. So this is one judgment I was talking of. Again, in this case, what people were doing, they have filed a patent that they are taking a blood of a pregnant woman, and they are identifying the percentage of fetal DNA in that mother blood sample. So that was the process for which they have applied for the patent, and it was refused as a diagnostic method, and patent offices refused the application. So the person has then approached the High Court, and then High Court put up a principle that Section 3I has two limbs, like one is the method of treatment and another is on the animals. So what they say, that if by any method you are coming up to a conclusion based on which you can start a treatment, that will be considered as a method of diagnosis. In this case, they are just identifying the percentage of fetal DNA. They are not identifying any anomaly in the fetus, or they are not conducting any conclusive result based on this. So they have just come up with a method by which you can calculate the percentage of fetal DNA in mother blood sample. So in this particular case, they have allowed, and they have also clarified, and they have also laid it test that Section 3I method of diagnostic will be allowed if you are able to show that the method is not resulting into an end result based on which you can start a treatment. So this is another like the plants and animal as a whole and the microorganism that cannot be patented. So for this, I think this is some case which everybody must have heard of, Monsanto BT cotton case, because the plant per se and the plant parts are not patentable. And in this particular case, the same thing has happened, because Monsanto has patent on that BT cotton. So ultimately, the division bench, the single bench and division bench, they have refused the patent, and they said, ki, yes, it is not a patentable subject matter. So the generic companies, they can come up with their own seeds. But then they approached High Court, and then High Court has really intervened, and they have acknowledged the inventiveness in the obtaining of a BT. Because see, as I have told you about the Onco mouse, this is again a transgenic plant only. We have the cotton seeds in which we have modified the genetics in it. So they were saying that, okay, because of the larger interest. Again, the principle applied here is the larger interest. Supreme Court says that as a larger interest, if we see, they have done some innovation. They have come up with this technology. So let's respect the innovation, and then they have directed this matter back to the lower courts to examine the technicalities of the same. So the patent validity was then upheld by the Supreme Court, partly subjected to the further examination by the lower courts. This is that another very well-known US case in which they have identified that something which is synthetically or prepared, because this is about the two genes, and the lower courts, they have again refused it. So they said, if you can show that this is something which is synthetically prepared, or it is a man-made genes, then that is patentable. But if you're isolating it from some animals, that is not patentable. This is our traditional knowledge. So anything which relates to traditional knowledge, that is not patentable. And we all know about the reason behind it, the neem case and the haldi cases and all. So now I'll quickly take you to this provision. This was specifically designed for pharmaceutical sectors. And I'll just tell you the rationale behind why this provision is in the Act. So this Act says that during the pendency of a patent, if another person wants to generate some information to submit before any regulatory authority, they can use the patent without infringing it. So let's say one MNC, they have a patent on one drug, and one generic, they want to launch their product after the expiry of the patent, of course, but they have to submit certain data before the Drug Control Authority to get the approvals. So during the pendency of the patent, they cannot use it, but this provision allows that. So that if you want to generate some data to be submitted before a regulatory authority, that you can do, and that will not be amount as infringement of a patent. So this is a basic rationale behind this provision, that this gives an edge to the generic companies so that they can come up with their own technical data, and once the patent is expired, immediately after that, they can launch the product. So this will not give an extra extension to the patentees. Yes, yes. So this provision helps into that. This provision helps into that. So this has again come from the this has international roots. This provision has international roots. This has come from the US judgment. The provision, the BOLA terms, that comes from the pharmaceuticals. So this so I'll now quickly take you towards another problem which a pharma industry can face, that is the permission from the national biodiversity. So whenever we are using any natural resource from India, then the person has to take care of this particular provisions. So this acts come into the force in 2002, and the basic purpose of enactment of this whole provision of this act is this: to avoid biopiracy. So we say biopiracy that people because we know that India has a rich cultural flora and fauna, and it is unexploited. So what has happened that people, they may exploit certain things and they can use it for their own commercial benefits, as we have seen in the cases of haldi, neem and yoga. So to avoid that, there is a provision in place that whenever there is any natural resources, so you have to take a permission from National Biodiversity Authority to get a patent over it. So this act was little stringent some time back, but last year they have come up with certain amendments and they have relaxed it little bit for the Indian residents. So for an Indian residents, there's no need to take a prior permission from National Biodiversity Authority to obtain a patent. Now you can very well file for the application and you can get a patent over it or any other intellectual property. But before commercialization, you have to intimate national biodiversity. The whole purpose of this act is that the grassroots person or the persons who have actually restored this particular traditional knowledge for the time to time, they should be benefited. So then this biodiversity authority comes into the picture, and they allows a certain sort of a benefit sharing, because then you have to enter into an agreement with the National Biodiversity Authority that okay, if I commercialize, I will give 4% of my revenue to National Biodiversity Authority, and that fund has been created, and that fund is that been used for the upliftment of the grassroots persons.
Dr. Ravi, just information. Sir, we are using this cane. Okay, so our patents are not now getting granted.
Yes, relaxation. Yes.
We are getting benefit.
Benefited. Yes,
Yes,
because that was because earlier it was.
Yes, sir. I am getting approved.
We are getting approved. Yes, because now this has been relaxed for the Indian residents.
Earlier I thought why this biodiversity, because letter comes to, I was having a little bit in my mind, something wrong we have done.
Normal course of action. But now they have relaxed for the Indian residents actually.
The lot of DRDO patents were
Stuck. Yes. CSR patents, DRDO patents, they were all stuck because of this provision only, because it was very difficult for a government agency to execute the agreement. And they just think about the MNCs, because I'm handling MNCs patents also. So they were saying that we are using coconut oil, because I'm handling Marico. So they were saying we are using coconut. Coconut is something which is commonly known in the art. So why should I share my revenue with the National Biodiversity Authority? So that was an issue.
There was another point in the earlier version. It was a criminal.
Yes, criminal. Yes. You can be in the jails. So not for the after that Jan Vishwas Act, na, they have relaxed it. Jan Vishwas Act was the purpose of that only, na, to relax the liabilities. See. So now I'm running very fast because Mr. Avinash has told me to give the presentation in 30 minutes. So I'm keeping my time up. So I'm coming with a very interesting concept of patent linkage. So now this is a tussle between the regulatory and the IP. So we know that the patent, it is governed by the patent office. And once you want to launch the product, you have to approach the drug controller and you will get the necessary approvals. So these are two different government bodies, right? Yes, I'm coming to that. So there was a tussle. So because many people are saying that okay, if I have a patent, how come a generic get a permission for So this particular thing, patent linkage, this is something like there's a concept which says that the regulatory authority and the intellectual property, they should be somehow linked together, so that if a person has a patent on any drug, that innovator's patent should be protected and no generic should get a permission from the drug controller office. So that was the concept. So that was the reason that why we call it as a patent linkage. So I'll just quickly take... So there are like certain, like I'll just take you a global scenario. So then I will talk about India. So there are many countries, like if we say this, so the TRIPS agreement says that the member countries, they are free to give any sort of a regulation which should not impact the right of the patent owner. So that particular thing has been taken as a defense from the innovator side to link the patent. So this is the position in US. So in US we have this Hatch-Waxman Act, which by default provides for the patent linkage, and the Orange Book and data exclusivity. So these are the provisions in the US. Like whenever you go to like US FDA, if you see, sir. So in that particular thing, whenever a generic wants to apply for the approval, so there are like 4 paragraph filings are there: para 1, para 2, para 3, para 4. So accordingly, you have to give a statement. Let's say para 4 says that I am not going to infringe any active patent. That is para 4 filing. So whenever a generic is approaching US FDA for the approval, they have to give this statement, and they have to also give the details about the active patents. So that is the system in US. And of course, US give this data exclusivity, that whatever data has been generated by the innovator, that data cannot be used by any other competitors or the generic manufacturer for a period of 5 years. So that sort of data exclusivity is also there. So US has a well-defined position for this. They gives the patent linkage, and no generic can take approval from US FDA without disclosing the history of the patents. EP is like more like India. They do not have any law for patent linkage, but they give the biggest sort of a data exclusivity. They say the 10 years of data exclusivity, which is 8 plus 2. So 2 years of market exclusivity and 8 years of data exclusivity. So in that condition, no generic can, of course, launch the product for the 10 years. That is for sure. And China has same patent linkage system. And other than China, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore are the few countries which have this patent linkage things in place. Now coming to India. So the first case which has actually started the debate of patent linkage was this Bristol Myers versus Heathrow drugs. In this particular case, the Bristol Myers, they have a patent over a drug, and they have asked for an ex parte injunction against the drug controller to stop the processing of the generic drug which is being produced by Heathrow. So in this particular case, the High Court, they have given the injunctions against the director controller, the drug controller, and this was the first time when they have actually acknowledged that the generic should not be given the permission while the patent is alive. But this judgment was criticized very badly by the generics, because of course India is a pro-generic country and we have the maximum revenue coming from the generic companies. So after that, the battle comes between Bayer and Cipla. In this particular case, the same, because they have this precedent that Bristol Myers have BMS, they were successful in getting the ex parte injunction against Heathrow. So based on that, the Bayer has also approached the High Court saying that the Cipla application should be stopped for the drug Dastanib. So that is Sornib compound. But in this case, the single bench, they refused. The division bench, they refused. Then they went to the special leave petition to the Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court again refused this. So they have actually said that Patent Act and the Drug Controller, the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, they are two different acts, and there is no provision in either of the act which links each other. So they say that we cannot go beyond the definitions of the provision which are given in the act. Secondly, they are saying that this will put an unnecessary burden on the drug controller to examine the application from the intellectual point of view, which otherwise he is not competent to do that, because there is a different body altogether in place which take care of that. And if we see the scheme of the Patent Act, it says that your patent is granted, but validity is not assured by the Patent Act. Validity will be assessed by the competent authorities only. So in case if I have a patent, whether it is valid or not, I have stopped other people from using it. So that for that particular thing, they say that this is not the job of Drug Controller General, so we cannot go with that. So finally, Supreme Court, they have rested it for the time being, that there should be no patent linkage, and the two bodies can operate independently. And of course, because we have mechanism in place, that if you come to know that a generic company is using your patent, you can very well file for infringement. You can approach courts for that. But the Drug Controller General is not the right authority to examine or comment on the patent thing. So they have said that this concept of patent linkage is a TRIPS plus concept, because we are TRIPS member country and we have not the TRIPS plus country, because plus means that something which is beyond the TRIPS, the original TRIPS agreement. So they say that this concept of patent linkage, that as being not the integral part of the TRIPS agreement, based on which our act works, and globally also things work. So we will not entertain this as a concept in India. And of course, this will then conflict with the BOLA provision, which we have discussed earlier. That if we give such sort of a patent linkage, then that BOLA provisions become invalidated, because then there is no concept of generating a data within the pendency of the patent. And of course, this will give an edge to the innovators. So these are the basic advantages or disadvantages of the patent linkage. So advantages are always being argued by the innovator and MNC companies. They were saying that this will reduce the cost of litigation, and this will give a better protection to the patent holder, and this will promote innovation in the pharmaceutical sector. That is what being the defense which they have taken over the period of time. And the disadvantages, of course, which is being argued by the generics, is like that this will delay the introduction of generic players in the market. Because if we stop people from the generics from taking the permission, then they will be able to take the permission only after the expiry of the patent. So that will give an additional time to the patentee. After 20 years, anybody can use it. But if we go by this patent linkage mechanism, then this person is not allowed to process his application before the Drug Controller General before the expiry of the patent. So that processing will take another few months or maybe an year or so. So that will give an extra exclusivity to the patentee. So the introduction of the generics will be less than. And of course, the Drug Controller is not the person who is well informed about the complex issues. And the developing countries, it is the overburdening of the departments, because you are casting an additional responsibility on another government servant to assess the work which has been done by another government office. So they say that these are the advantages and disadvantages of patent linkage. So for time being, there is no patent linkage in India. So, but other countries like US, they have. So, sir, I'm on time.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
For paragraph 4 filing in USA,
Yes, sir.
to what extent it is always valid that, I mean, there is no active patent? Run back case. I mean, sometimes they challenge also, na, para 4 filing.
Yes, sir. So, sir.
You can cite one case, then it will make the.
Yes. I'll just give you one example in which I have personally worked. That is the Nexium case, which is a proton pump inhibitor. So, Renbexi, they have certain patents in like many countries, and US being one of such countries in that. So what happens is whenever you are filing a para 4 filing, and you are stating that, okay, I'm not infringing any valid patent. So in that particular thing, the moment you file para 4, the patentee comes to know about it. So there was a huge battle about the Nexium drug, if you have ever heard about it. So in that case, the validity of patent per se was questioned. And it was a huge fight, because in US I'll just tell you the details of the case, because in US before 2012 there was a concept of first to invent. It's not first to file. In India, it is like whoever files first, that person will get the priority. But in US, there was a concept that whoever invented first, that person will get the right over the invention. So this whole battle of Nexium, that was on this particular concept only, because of both the companies, they were claiming that we were the one who have invented it first. So they have gone into the interference proceedings, that is 102G proceedings, in which you have to prove by your lab books and other things that who has invented it first. And this all started with the para 4 filing. Because the point is this, that once you say that I am not infringing any valid patent, the patentee will get aware. And then he will ask you that why you are not, that you are infringing my patent. So that is how that para 4 filing becomes an important aspect in US also, and that has of course increased lots of litigation there as well.
Thank you.
So this is all from my side. So I'm open for the questions now. I hope I'm on time, sir. I'm on time, na? So that's how the advocates are learned. Yes, sir.
One thing is certification in biomedical devices. Though we do not hold any patent, nothing but certification is required. Until unless it is certified, it cannot be used.
Commercial use, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is that?
Sir, that is a different branch of law altogether.
What is that we want to discuss? Not when people they will work, they are working on biomedical
Regulatory authority
Okay, okay. So actually, I was like, well, definitely, if she's interested, we can take for the internship. No, if so, if she's interested, we can definitely consider her for internship. Initial for 3 months or 6 months, whatever suits you. That definitely we can consider and we can do it. No, no, I'm answering that. I'm answering that. I'm answering that, sir. I'm answering that. Right. Right, right. So actually, I was like, since I was very academic person, so I was very much into the research and development thing. So after doing my masters, I was looking for some R&D jobs. So I have approached Gujarat. I have cleared my interview in Lupin also. But then one of my friend who was working in a law firm, and then he told me that why don't you come and explore this area? So once I joined this patent field, and my first project was the Nexium project, on which I have to do the intense research of the patents and how they were granted and what was the technicality behind it. So I like that particular thing because I think that that is a wet lab on which you'll be working on a same product like for the 20 or 30 years of your life. But in this field, you will be reading a new invention every day. So that has actually encouraged me to be in this field, and that's how I'm in this field. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
After meeting, I was also asking that, I was thinking I will ask you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very interesting session. I hope all your sleep after lunch has been vanished. I request sir to please felicitate Dr. Sir. Sir, please. Bhuvnesh, sir, please. A huge round of applause, please. Yes. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we now have Sir Dr. Ajay Garg, an electrical engineer with doctoral degree from IIT Kanpur. Dr. A.K. Garg is a seasoned technocrat with 25 plus years of experience and a proven track record for professional excellence. Known for his target-driven approach and pushing the boundaries of innovation, Sir Dr. Garg devised and led from the front myriad mission critical digital transformation initiatives at MeitY, apart from being a key contributor to various technologically oriented and trade and policy related strategic forums of GOI, which include artificial intelligence, data, cybersecurity, technology regulations, and emerging tech. Currently, Dr. Garg is heading the digital tech and law group at Anand and Anand, where the firm is in the process of evolving expertise on legal and advisory aspects on emerging tech, including AI, considering the fact that it will be central to future innovation and technical growth. Dr. Garg was consistently engaged as country ambassador and a key representative in large international multilateral forums such as G20, WTO, BRICS RCEP, and UN CITRAL and Shanghai Cooperation, strengthening India's position vis-a-vis key ICT challenges. A keen planner, strategist, and implementer, Dr. Garg is passionate about promoting startup entrepreneurial ecosystem, especially in the realm of emerging technologies in the country. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. Thanks to Sharda University, Avinash sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. First of all, let me tell you, neither I am a patent attorney, and my total career, only 5% of it might have gone on IPR, right, rather, and 95% on IP related. So,
Avinash asked me to talk about AI regulations and IP. First of all, may I know how many of you understand AI? Sir, you students. How many of you are engineers by profession? By profession. What's the difference between artificial intelligence and a software? That's the first question that you need to ask yourself when you're dealing with the subject. Huh? Why do we people call it as a different, how do I achieve this? So let me leave it half an hour. So a software is a device that only reacts to what you have given. You have an input, you have processes in mind. Bye. You have processes in mind that are called algorithms or a formula, and that input using that formula gives you an output. So what used to take for mathematicians and scientists months and years to happen used to happen in minutes once computers came after the diodes. After Einstein came with quantum mechanics, they came with chips, and the diodes and the triodes were evolved, and subsequently the chips. The computer keep improving itself on both on the processing and the data storage, and how many of you have heard about the Moore's law? Yeah. So and then there were companies that evolved. The first one to make a processing computer was the company called IBM. And the founder CEO was Dr. Moore. And he gave a law that every 18 months, the processing speed of a computer will increase by 2 times, and the size of the chip will reduce by 2.5. So and the chips grew from a very simple concept that US was left behind in the science competition globally. They used to be called themselves as the global leaders, but when Russia launched Sputnik, the first spaceship, in which year? चलो पढ़ते नहीं हो, ठीक है, खराबी है. When Russia launched its Sputnik in 1966, it was considered that the US has been left behind by 20 years in the science, in the science leadership in the world, like what they are thinking about when its AI comes, US versus China. I'll come to that later. So Russia thought that US was left behind, and they thought that how do we launch a better ship? The Sputnik was launched on diodes and triodes. How many of you have seen a diode and a triode? Is there a library which shows the diodes and a triode in Sharda? You should have. From where we have evolved as an electronics ecosystem. And the chip industry started growing. And then was the first company that called. So the first spaceship which went on a semiconductor chip, the size of the chip was this big, 28 inches by some 12 inches. That was the size of the chip. The processing speed and the processing capability of that chip was 1/1,000,000th of what it is inside this mobile. And from there we evolved. The point was, that the software reduced your mathematical processes, the speed at which you can do certain mathematical processes exponentially. And the difference between software and artificial intelligence is that above this processing, if a technology reduces your decision taking capability exponentially, the decision is still taken by the human brain. But if my computer becomes intelligent enough to process that intelligence to make decisions on a subject, that is what artificial intelligence is. Get it? Now, so it's a next stage of automation. Think of that you pick up a phone at a Uniqlo store. All of you must be knowing Uniqlo. A AI engine picks up that phone, asks you what is your query. Based on your query, he modifies that query also, gives you a specific product, suggests a specific product, sends you an image of that product, as well as a VR system that you have a look at it, this product, send me a picture, I will see that how it looks on you. You sends you a photograph, he makes that, if you are buying a jacket, he sends a picture back with that jacket on you. You like it or don't like it, he sends 5 colors of that, you decide on the color. He processes your invoice, tells the logistic team to send it across, and that product is delivered to your home. And how many people are involved in this whole process right now in Uniqlo? Might be 5, 7. Not a single person is involved. And the whole process has been done. That is what is called as that is the 2025 of artificial intelligence, and it will happen. 2040 of artificial intelligence will be that the human becomes irrelevant. The artificial intelligence, the processing and the intelligence of an engine will be, it is envisages, will surpass the capabilities of a normal human brain. Right? And the human brain will be taken over, and think of a scary situation then you are controlled by machines, not you controlling machines. That's the situation, and you only will be doing certain amount of what computers tells you to do. The computer will obviously not dig a hole, or सड़क पे गड्ढा नहीं भरेगा, वो आप भरोगे, बताएगा वो आपको कि कहाँ पे भरना है, जो आज आप उल्टा करते हो, हैं? ठीक है? So this is what artificial intelligence is. From deciding, it will have consciousness, it will have cognizance, it will be predictive, it will have sentiments. Now what will be the challenges? And it is said that, let me skip through fast, it is said that this industry will be a $13.7 trillion industry by 2030. Right now it is around 40 to 50 billion dollars only, but it's in the evolution stage. $1.4 trillion has been invested just on creating a storage capacity for AI related activities globally. The only AI chip manufacturing company, which is that? अखबार भी नहीं पढ़ते, किताब तो छोड़ दो. NVIDIA. How many of you have heard of a company called NVIDIA? आप तो पढ़ा सर. हाँ. कितने? The NVIDIA in 2020, from 2021, the valuation has increased from 1.2 trillion to 3.7 trillion today. ठीक है? And it doesn't manufacture chips. It buys chips from the biggest fab in the world, which is the one? Acha, wo chodo. TSMC. It buys chips from the biggest fab, puts its GPU capabilities over it and sells it in the market. Recently, the Prime Minister met the CEO of NVIDIA. You must have some few months back. He asked the NVIDIA to come up with the chips capability with the DRDO's chip called Navik. They said that we don't have any orders to process till 2030. Honorable Prime Minister, think of we giving you the first chip in 2031. That was what the NVIDIA told. So what we are here, I have already discussed. This is the trends. She will share the slides with you. You can have a look at it. Let me be fast. These are the economic impact, 15.7 trillion. Cutting on the labor jobs, subsequently on the intelligent jobs also. And then how do we create more jobs is a challenge. This is always said that when a new disruptive technology comes, jobs will go. When computers came, said no, but more jobs are being created, and it is envisaged as the economy expands, there will be new type of jobs that will be created, and that is one thing that you should process. What will you do in future if AI does some all menial works? Now, if a machine takes over a human, if the nuclear command of a country moves from the hands of the leader to a machine, so the moment Ukraine launched the NATO missiles on Russia and the missiles landed in Russia, if it would not have been on the most autocratic person as a leader in the world called Putin, imagine, he also did not press the nuclear button. But it is said that if it had been in the control of the AI engine, given those circumstances, Russia would have counterattacked with nuclear capabilities. That's the risk. I'm giving you a simple example of a present day scenario. Even Putin did not press the button. Think of other leaders, they will not. Putin is considered to be one of the most dangerous leaders in modern history after Hitler. The second risk is a bias, right? What I call as a bias. The engine only processes what it has been fed with. So if it has been fed that on a snow, only wolves will be found. Say it cannot find a dog. If you are searching for your dog in Antarctica, it has got lost. It can never search for that. That's a bias. Right? This is one example of my known friend. So he asked a ChatGPT 3, find my dog on the from his picture gallery on a beach. His dog was. And unfortunately, her husband was on 4 legs on the beach. So the chat GPT showed her husband as that dog. Just a joke. So what you need is, the AI though has huge capabilities and has huge opportunities to improve. As the machines become better, human makes better algorithms. It has got huge capabilities. It has got a lot of capabilities when most of the menial work that you always hate to do will be replaced by AI engines. But what you require is strong regulations to control AI. I always say that AI has the same nuisance value which nuclear science or nuclear physics had in the late 30s. When Einstein showed the nuclear capabilities in 1938 in the Washington University tennis courts, he never imagined that Hiroshima or Nagasaki will happen 6 years down the line. And when that happened, Einstein said that I am the most unfortunate person in the world to have invented the nuclear the nuclear fission and the fusion. The same is the problem with AI. Why would that happen? There was no UN. There was no NPT, nuclear non-proliferation treaty. There were no international regulations and laws and rules around the use of nuclear technology, which happened subsequent to Nagasaki and Hiroshima happened. Same is the problem with AI. AI has a capability to disrupt the whole piece of the world unless and until it is regulated well on the risks that are associated with AI. The risks are enormous. Every second newspaper or a magazine will talk about the type of risk AI floats. Every newspaper and a magazine will tell you. Every second newspaper talks about the risk and associated. Every newspaper tells you of the possibilities of the disruption that AI will bring to this world. Read it. Make your noise. Make a noise as students that you want AI, but it should be a well-regulated framework. Now talk about the deepfakes. That's one major aspect you see on the social media. The first possibility of a deepfake or an AI use is that if the Prime Minister Modi in the 2024 election was talking to the Tamil voters in Tamil, जिसे अंग्रेजी भी ठीक से नहीं आता, sorry, ठीक है, ठीक है. In the 2024 elections, if anyone would have gone, the Prime Minister Modi talked to the Tamil voters in Tamil, and it was as fluent at Tamil as Stalin was speaking. Right? That was the AI capability of the machine learning or the language models that AI has put in the world, where speech-to-speech translation can become a real. It will not be it will be 3 years down the line when you talk to your Kerala or a Malayali friend in Kerala. She or he speaks to you in Malayali, you hear it in English or Hindi, whatever you prefer. You talk in Hindi or English, she will hear it in Malayali. That will be the capabilities of the mobiles 3 years down the line. It's not far away. But at the same time, think of the Prime Minister Modi, a deep fake of a Prime Minister Modi asking people to become violent on a certain issue. Right? That happened in the 2024 elections with President Trump and Biden. You will see the deep fakes around Trump talking about what will he do with Israel, what will he do with Ukraine, what will he do with China, President Biden talking lot of nuisance around President Trump. That happened in the 2024. She threatening US on very sentimental topics. That's a deepfake that floated. That's the deepfake that in our celebrity world, which we normally handle in Anand and Anand as regulars. You must have seen of the Anil Kapoor case or the Jackie Shroff case, Vishnu Manchu case. Is that you must have seen on the YouTube lot of nuisance around celebrity actors and actresses are floating around, whereas they are not even involved, and it looks real. Huh? It doesn't look 3 years back it used to look morphed. But in today's date, the AI has improved it to levels that it doesn't even look morphed. So that's the risk, that's the deepfake regulations we are talking about when we are talking about. And so this is a picture that someone asked the ChatGPT, how does the Dehradun Valley looks like from Mussoorie? And that was the answer that ChatGPT gave. This is an hallucination. It does not have enough AI data to train it, so most of the AI engines hallucinate. You might be getting wrong information. So don't think that AI has become more intelligent than you. Put your own intelligence in front to decide upon what AI has put. So how many of you use AI for ChatGPT for doing your homeworks? Okay. Everybody here? Right? The moment your teachers start using ChatGPT to correct your answer scripts, think of the scenario. The person who was supposed to get 60 or 90 gets 30. That will happen. So thank your teachers, they are still primitive enough not to use AI to check your answer scripts. Loss of jobs, that is luded fallacy that was given when computers came. That it is always said when a new immersive automation comes, we will lose jobs. But normally the luded fallacy says that as the economy expands, we don't lose job, but we increase job. Newton law led to machines. More jobs were created, better quality of life, better bottom lines of humans. The quantum mechanics created the whole semiconductor and the computer world. It was thought that the computers, if they are doing jobs which 10 humans are doing in 10 days, we lose a lot of jobs. Rajiv Gandhi lost the 89 elections because of that. But no. What India today is because of its IT industry. Am I wrong on this? Now, what are the challenges with regard to this? Is a IP workshop, so let me now concentrate on IP. That is because it is 5%, so I left it for last 5 minutes. What does an AI consist of? AI consists of an algorithm which on a data gets trained, and that trained engine now does many of the jobs. When you give an input, it gives an output. Because it is trained, it gives an intelligent output instead of a normal output. Right? That's the between the software and. So there is an algorithm. Is an algorithm a subject matter of IP? The core of the whole computer product industry is an algorithm. We only were left with $235 billion industry as an IT. We call ourselves an IT superpower. But US, with 1/10 of the number of engineers involved in IT, is a $2.2 trillion industry. 10 times. The valuation of top 5 tech companies in the world is more than the total output that the whole IT industry. What is 10 times the cost of 10 times the size of what our IT industry is, and it's nearly Apple is nearly equal to the total India's GDP. 3.6, 3.7 trillion dollars. Apple. So you have an hardware. I talked about NVIDIA. It's one of the largest filers of patents in US right now. The fabless chip company. So you have the GPUs. The war is that who will control the GPUs, whether it will be China or whether it will be US. That's the war that is happening. One who controls the hardware controls AI. It's normally thought. So you have to be in the forefront of AI chips. That's the hardware, and it's all controlled by IP. And they are mostly patents. Algorithms, he will disagree as a lawyer, but I say algorithms are patentable subject matters in India also. And give me one, I'll patent it. वो करदम चले गया हाँ ठीक है. There are the first software patent in India was granted in 1980 for IBM, and it was a pure software. It's the way how these smart lawyers. That's why you ask now, why do you need a PhD to? In India only it is that a BA pass will be an IP lawyer. US, you have to be a PhD in a technology subject to be an IP lawyer. And we are lucky to have these young people as such. Who asked? You, huh? Now, software in which algorithms are embedded, that's an architecture, a software architecture, or an algorithm plus how the data, its interaction with others, it's an architecture. And it's also a patentable subject matter. Previously, it used to be on the Semiconductor Layout Design Act, but no. Now there is the biggest question in the IP world today is the training data sets, right? There is a section, fair use, section 52 of the Copyright Act, which talks about the fair use clause. If you are using data, proprietary data, for research purposes, that is considered to be a fair use in India. US, it's still not. So it does not violate the copyright law. The debate today is that training an AI engine, whether it's a research activity or a economic activity, because the economic activity only happens when, as I said, when there is a trained AI engine, and it gets an input, it gives an output. So on a training data set, the copyrightable subject matter and data sets are copyrightable. The second challenge in the copyright world or in the data sets is that most of that is a raw data. It's not a data sets. So how do you protect that as IP? How do you protect raw data as IP? The only method available is trade secrets in India, the raw data. And there is no provisions on raw data even in the TRIPS. So how do you protect the raw data? If you keep it as a trade secret, then data is the basis on which AI will move forward. And if everyone keeps it as a trade secret, where will we go? We don't know. So it is said that new set of laws need to evolve around data and protection of data and monetization of data if AI has to mature as a technology for the future. Get my point? And last is the outcome, right? There was a AI-based robo called Sophia. You have heard of it? Yes. How many? Which country owns Sophia? Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has granted citizenship to Sophia. Right? Now Sophia comes to India for an exhibition, Bangalore Tech Summit. She's a citizen, he or she or that robo is the citizen of Saudi Arabia. Will you give him his visa to travel to India, or it will be coming as a custom duty product? As normal citizen from Saudi Arabia, if it has to come to India, Indian government will allow immigration based on the immigration rules. But if they sell oil to India, it comes on the custom duty rules. Right? That's the difference. That's the problem. an outcome in an AI engine. Who owns that outcome? That's the Dabas case. You have all heard of the Dabas case? There is an outcome for an AI engine. It's all over the world, including in the Indian the Delhi High Court also. The Dabas is a AI engine which has created an outcome. Whether that outcome, the patent inventor is the engine, because the human has not done anything, or the person who has fed that data, or the person who has invented that algorithm, or the person who has bought that engine. Who owns that IP? So the outcome of an IP is a questionable subject matter in the AI world still. Right? I'm not getting into the details because I talked about the AI supremacy, so it's China versus US. So in 2019 around, they were nearly at par. But today, China files 3 times more patents as compared to US in the AI world. You will be, who is called the father of AI in the world? He is the founder of IIIT Hyderabad called Professor Raj Reddy. He used to be a professor at CMU. CMU is the forefront of AI research in the world. So an Indian is called the father of AI. He is PhD student Kai Fu Lee and John Hopkins. Both are the pioneers, both in US and China. Kai Fu Lee controls the AI ecosystem in China. That guy, both are his PhD student. So in spite of the father of AI being an Indian, we are nowhere in this map. The Indian line will not be visible in this graph. John Winker, right. Right? The Indian, so AI patents are being granted in India also. But the Standing Committee on IP in 2019, I suppose, and this in 2022 recommended that there needs to be relooked at the IP laws in the context of AI. TRIPS has given some, the WIPO has given some 3 working group reports that how do you handle IP around AI, and it's a very complex issue that how do you handle AI IP. And the whole subject matter that where will AI lead to, one of the key challenges is that how will you handle IP, because, and the biggest advantage lies with India in that respect, because the basic use cases around AI, first of all, India is the biggest problem country. We have the biggest data sets of problems to solve, and AI has capabilities to solving many problems in India. I wrote an article 2 days back that only AI has the capability to handle Delhi's pollution. No one else. Everything that we talk about, these are the solutions, and these are all vague. What's the basic problem behind it? The basic problem is that in 5 days, and that too in the period when the wind directions are reversing and the temperatures are going down in the north, if in 5 days you burn all the stubble in Punjab, it is going to, but if you can actually distribute it around in a month, the pollution levels will exponentially go down. And who will tell you how to distribute it? Has anyone gone to a sugar mill? Ever? वेस्टर्न यूपी कितने लोग जाते हैं कार से? जाते हैं? बीच में शुगर मिल दिखती है शुगर केन सीजन में दिखती है? क्या देखते हो आप? व्हाट डू यू नोटिस? नहीं, और बताओ, और बताओ.
Lining of trucks.
Yes. If you have to sell your sugar cane to a sugar mill, ठीक है, a farmer comes to a sugar mill, sits there for 3 days in a queue, and then sells it. Why? Every farmer knows that this is the time to sell it. But if the whole system is automated, you tell a farmer that this is the time that I have the capacity to crush it as sugar mill. And he distributes it across the farmers, because most of them are captive farmers of a sugar mill. Then what happens? And it's in these 3 days, the sugar cane, the water level evaporates, and the sucrose gets converted into fructose. The moment you chop a sugar cane, any fruit that has got sucrose, the moment you chop it, it converts into fructose. इसलिए कहते हैं ना कि तरबूज को काट के नहीं छोड़िए, पपीते को काट के नहीं छोड़िए, क्योंकि तब तुम शुगर खा रहे हो. ठीक है. And so India, because of all these challenges, the productivity is 2.5 times less than one of the most primitive geographies or countries in the world, that is Cuba, which is one of the, think of, that's where we lack of using technology. If we use an AI engine, if we use drones, of seeing that when a farmer has harvested his sugar cane, so these are the challenges that can be solved. And these are the areas in which the patents are being filed. In the outcome ownership issue I have discussed. These are the type of litigations. I talked about the copyright and the fair use, the personality rights I have talked about, the privacy. Yes. What's the challenge with privacy in an AI world? Right? How many of you get spam calls on your mobile? Everyone? Now you must have seen a recent technology by Airtel where he says that it's a suspected spam. How did he do that? What did he do with AI? A simple one who is frequently calling and whose call is disconnected by the other end in a certain small period of time is a suspected spam. You as a non-spammer will not do 1,000 calls in a day. You find it in your database, who are the people, what is their call history, what is their disconnection history, how many people are picking it, not picking it, reacting, how many people get from the same phone a call back. So an AI can do it. That's how we came up with a solution, a simple solution of a suspect. And that has actually eased your life considerably. Whosoever is an Airtel user in this country. Simple. So that's how you actually handle your privacy. And very soon, I'm sure the country will come up with a telecoms privacy regulations of all telecom operators to do that. Because one has showed the success of this. This is how a deepfake, a generative AI, Anil Kapoor, which we challenged in the Delhi High Court. Now the creative industry. I'll just touch upon this in the last. How many of you can write a book just using ChatGPT? You can write it without. You can write it with and without. And what will be the difference between with and without? Have you seen an AI generated documentary? How many of you have seen? What does it lack? It lacks the sentiments. It lacks the new age problem. It's actually is getting a combination of old formulas of creation into the new thing. It's not giving anything new. The challenge with the creative industry is that the whole background actors, you give a show as a background actor, you act for some 15 minutes, one captures the video, and various combinations of that can be put in various frames by the producer. You lose all your rights. So most of the junior actors are fighting. In America, there was a 6-month strike by the junior actors, because now there is no need of new junior actors. The same sets can be used because there are no known faces. Most of the contracts that you have, very soon you will see Dilip Kumar movie in the new avatar, Dilip Kumar in a new avatar. Or there is a Netflix show called Mukaddar Ka Sikandar Ka Mukaddar. It's a remake of a movie called Mukaddar Ka Sikandar, using lot of AI and just replacing the actors. So that's the challenge with the creative industry, that most of the routine jobs will become redundant. The new set of licenses, the copyright world has to actually evaluate that how much of section 77 of where reproduction rights are actually governed, and they are being actually challenged, and that's the problem. So the whole thing about machine creativity versus human creativity. Now, the last thing I'll talk about is the press, the media. 2 days back, there was a news that that Devendra Fadnavis has been nominated as the CM candidate by MVA, Mahayukti Vikas. It was a news which was viral on the social media. That's AI, and he's still not nominated. So if you create, many of the mass riots that happened in Paris some 2 years back, that happened because of misinformation and the viral news by AI engines. The last thing is an AI dark patterns. How many of you use Amazon to buy things? Everyone. Right? How many of you see that the cloud one, the cloud one is the first seller. It's a Amazon's own inventory, backend, owned by Narayan Murthy. Right? How many of you see that the moment you do a particular search on Amazon, its promotion starts happening on your Instagram and Facebook? How many of you have observed? Everyone. Who does it? That's dark patterns. Right? He's influencing your buying decisions.
We are talking about kebabs. Open TV. Ads well from kebabs only. All Delhi wala kebabs. We were just talking.
Google.
And just open kar diya.
Yours is a Google TV.
And in all kebabs ad will there.
Yours is a Google TV, no? Smart TV, but a Google OS. Android OS. Right? That is AI. ठीक है? The sad part is that AI, the buzz around AI, everyone is talking about. The world, the regulators are still grappling with the fact that how do we regulate AI? There is not a single country except EU where the EU AI Act has come, which has actually regulated AI. On the IP front, no country in the world has amended their IP laws to handle the challenges that AI has thrown. That's where we stand. There was some small level advisory regulations in US, but President Trump has said that if you have to grow this industry, there has to be no regulations around AI. India, there is no AI regulations as of date. Our IT minister talked about bringing those regulations 2 years back. It's still challenging. So the whole world is contemplating on the fact that whether the horse has to pull the cart or the cart has to pull the horse. Whether innovation and regulations, how do they go together? That's the challenge that AI has. Thank you. So these are all. I don't think the crowd is. Thank you.
One thing I have in my mind.
Yeah, sir.
You said that this can create emotions and sentiments.
Absolutely.
So what will be the mechanism? Because emotions and sentiments are something which why machines or why something we cannot be produced. It's a biological process.
Yes, sir.
So how this thing can be done? Because it is $1 million question.
ठीक है. ठीक technically बताऊं sir कैसे? The simple thing is brain mapping. The brain mapping, all your emotions and sentiments are controlled by neurons. And neurons are signals. Electric signals that has been proved by science. You actually will capture those electric signals, reduce them into 0 and 1s, put it into the data, and that will how it will.
That is very well said. The thing is when there is electric potential generated somewhere, some microchemical, nanochemical they are released.
Yes.
They are not available with the machine.
There is a science behind it.
So that cannot be. So what I feel, being a biologist by core, emotions, production and sentiments will be very difficult. So they are.
So what is said about so the challenge is that this whole evolution is actually taken over by the computer scientists. Like the next drug that will be coming from Merck or Cipla, it will not be brought in by biologists or microbiologists or biotechnologists. It will be brought by computer scientists. And the problem, sir, is that the mathematicians thinks in this way, or the computer scientist thinks in that way. I'll map the brain, map the neurons, and like there is a company in GK. What he does, there are two computer scientists who actually have an expertise and are actually to handle your addiction levels. He maps your brain with neurons and he says that what makes you smoke, what makes you drink, how is your neurons getting changed, and he will try to give an anti-drug by experiments to control that, to actually control your addiction habits, and he's doing fairly well. He has got 2 levels of fundings also. Thank you. Any other question, please? Bye.
Thank you, sir, for that very insightful session. I think we got a 360 of current issues, technology, new development domains, everything. Please give sir a huge round of applause. I now request Sir Professor Avinash Kumar and Sir Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar to please felicitate, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker needs no introduction. Presenting former Associate Director, IPR, former Scientist G, DRDO, and presently Head IPR Cell, Sharda University, and a very well-known name in IPR sector, Sir Professor Avinash Kumar. Please welcome sir on stage.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Now, let me tell you, by all accounts, it was a wonderful session. And let me tell you, I have been organizing, or I have been involved in organizing this kind of workshop since almost 25 to 30 years in DRDO and of course in Sharda University. And two things I will like to point out. I have a vested interest when I conduct this workshop, when I connect with my IP friends, I have a vested interest. Don't think that I organize this workshop only for the benefit of delegates, participants. No. I still learn a lot when I listen to the speakers. In spite of, I am almost 65 years and 40 years experience, but yet I learn when I listen to the speakers like Avi Gar, Dr. From Ministry of Food Processing, Ajay Gar. So this is one point. I don't know about the participants, but let me tell you, it was a wonderful, as the lady has pointed out very rightly, 360-degree view of the IP. So that is number one thing. And number two, I have been very successful in conducting these workshops because I stick to the time. I always took the time. So time for this workshop was from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So I think most of the delegates are from Sharda University. So what I propose, that my lecture will be delivered on some other day, and let us conclude this workshop in a timely fashion. Okay. So may I, sir, I take liberty, and may I invite Dr. Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar to say the final words about the workshop. Sir, please. Hey, please, sir.
Okay, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As said by Professor Avinash, it has been a very wonderful workshop. Luckily, I had chance to be here almost throughout, barring 1 hour in forenoon session. I have never attended full day workshop. Whenever IP workshop were organized because of something or else to my account, but I learnt a lot. So many things, and I tried that whatever I ask to the speakers, our students should get benefited by that. In that context, I used to interact with the speakers so that more so they understand, and they also read something. We have to elicit this thing like a immune response. When we give some vaccine, the objective of vaccine giving is that we should elicit immune response so that the protection starts generating. Likewise, listening all these lectures or talks, something goes to our mind, and it should work like a vaccine. You should read more, discuss more. We all are here. We will try to solve so many problems. We will again invite them on your request. So I will not say many words, but really all these speakers, since morning till evening, they delivered wonderful talks. So let us give them a big hand and standing ovation to all of them, so that whenever they visit Sharda University, they will feel, though the strength is not much, but it is better than what we had with previous workshop in Anand Swarup Auditorium. Yes. Yeah. Still there are some candidates. So Professor Avnash, very good. I, from the core of my heart, congratulate you, because we are very small team, and I was here looking that he left so many things for organizing this workshop, which has been a grand success. And grand success not because of our this thing, from the speakers. The platform you provided and the speakers they came. We must thank profusely for their wonderful lectures and time they have taken out from their very busy schedule. So everyone, those who are here, the participants, including participants, really I have no words to say, but certainly this workshop is successful because of three components: the platform prepared, and the lecture delivered, and there were good listeners. Thank you very much. We will meet again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those very wise words. As we strive to push the boundaries of what is possible. Yes, sir.
I forgot about this young lady who is MSc scholar.
Sir, BSc.
BSc?
Yes, sir.
She has been doing so well. I did not see her earlier. Now we will engage her for other this thing also. Really, you have done wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
And I forgot so many this thing. Really, you always are in my mind, but I could not name you. So don't think that we have not been named. Okay, everyone directly, indirectly contributed deserves appreciation. Okay. And Dikta also.
Thank you, sir, for those very encouraging words. As we strive to push the boundaries of what is possible and probable, I leave you all with the words of Steve Jobs. Innovation is the difference between a leader and a follower. I hope you all had a good time. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the best on your own paths of innovation and discovery. Do collaborate, curate, and connect. Thank you. Please proceed for high tea afterwards.